Right now, you could be savoring the rich, creamy flavor of angel food ice cream. It's the extra cream in angel food that blends all of your favorite flavors so they're always smooth and creamy, never pointy. How about some rich and creamy angel food ice cream right now?
Anyone having a rough one on YouTube? I just got a notification. I got a big yellow thing in my face. Error. Exclamation point. Are we back? Anyway, I guess doing this fine evening. Oh man, what do we got here? See, most of the things are the tier 3, 44 months, big streak. It's almost 3 years. Holy smokes. Alex Avery thinks are the HeyWoah Enjoyer membership on YouTube. Mortirius thinks the Big 10 donos on Twitch. Appreciate it. TYVM, that's a double grip. Absolute doubling up. Wow, thanks for the gifted sub to Tomb King Tristan. Are you hearing the new mic already? Yeah, but I finished setting it up literally 1 minute ago. It's on default settings for the most part, whatever those are. So it probably sounds different. Ideally, it sounds louder because there was an issue with that. It sounds like Money Plane Star Kelsey Grammer. Oh, it is louder. Is it too loud? What's the... I barely even had time to check the levels. I mean, we might even be getting mouth noises and stuff. I hadn't had an opportunity. Twitch has volume adjustment anyway. Right, but the point is, I wanted to make the levels of the things that are happening on the stream and my voice being fine, because you can only change one of those, but I can change multiple of them. Anyway, yeah, I finally spent money. All those, the donations, the generosity you guys keep doing, I finally spent money on the stream. And I have story time because I left the house to do it. Ahem. Look at this shit. This is a spaceship. It's a spaceship. It's got scaffolding. It's got scaffolding. That's how you know it's good. Oh no, I fucked up. I fucked up. I don't know how to do this. It's brand new. Help. Okay, fixed. We're fucking fixed. Anyway. Pretty good. No, I gotta practice with this thing. It's in such a different place than my other mic that I gotta get used to it. Anyway, TYVM, I hope it sounds better, and it'll sound a lot better starting tomorrow, because I'll have time after the stream to get all the levels and mic sensitivity and stuff right, as well as I got a new mixer as well. It's arriving tomorrow. The problem with my Go XLR is threefold. Okay, there's 3 problems with the Go XLR that I currently have. 1, it sucks because it's a Go XLR. 2, the rotors that allow you to use the sliders of the middle 2 sliders for volume burned out and simply do not slide. They're called sliders, they don't slide. That's bad. Can't move them, doesn't do anything. And 3, the Go XLR has been officially retired the company that was making it fired all of their workers and went out of business. And they will not be making more. It received its last and final update, I don't know, like a month ago. And it just won't be getting updates ever, right? So eventually there's going to be some Windows driver that causes it never to work again. So for these 3 very good reasons, I finally decided to pick up a different mixer. False advertisement. Saturday stream confirmed. I could do a Saturday stream. I got some shit to work on, but I could do a Saturday stream. I got to get into the habit of those again. You know, I got out of the habit of doing those. Because I usually, I tend to work on weekends, as a matter of fact. But wouldn't it be nice to do something else? One day you'll walk outside and come back a Frost Lord VTuber. Yeah, I think the moment for that is past. You got kind of free, well, not really, because it never works like this, but being a VTuber at all gave you a bump in probably 2020. Not so much at this point. I remain on the cutting edge of 5 years ago. So anyway, hell yeah, brother. New cozy anime, not Persona, came out. Hot stuff. Yeah, I saw that. What is it? Is it a dungeon crawling role playing game / dating simulator? If so, I'm in. I'm worried about those uncovered hips. Yeah. If you have a webcam, completely fine. Uncover those hips. If you are a drawing with a real person behind it, absolutely not. What an age we live in. That shit's fucked up. I hate Puritans, or I suppose the concept of them. Get this pearl clutching out of here. It's the human body. Maybe it's because, I don't know, maybe it's because I have an art degree or something, but it's the human form. It's fine. But children use the website. What if the children see a female? What if children see a drawing of a female, bro? I remember being 12. Do you? Fuck out of my face. You stepped away for 2 minutes. What are we talking about? Good meme. I'm making fun of the MILFs that run Twitch and their bizarre and unfairly levied rules as it pertains to being a woman. Or actually being a drawing of a woman, I guess. Whole thing's silly. But also kind of shitty. Worried about those uncovered hips, yeah. No dating, but the rest looks great. No dating? It's not, so it's a dungeon crawling RPG. It's got 2 of the 3 things that I like. But no dating simulator? Do they like not making money from me? Oh well. Oh well. No buy. I got plenty of EverQuest to play. Now there's a real game. Any readers in the chat by any chance? Oh, for the books. I bet you can find some. They're a rare breed, the book readers. Almost extinct. Although there are a lot of book listeners. I would guess that there's more book listeners than book readers. But that, I mean, that counts, right? You're at the gym or something. You're being productive. Like, you could be reading the book, but instead you're reading the book and also doing something else. It's a gamer move. It's value. You're reading Go Trek and Felix. You have physical copies of the first 3 omnibuses. Can't find any others for less than like $150. That's a lot of bucks. Are they just not printing them anymore? I don't know anything about the Black Library, really. I read a Grey Knight book 15 years ago. That's my experience with Black Library. I was borrowing it from a friend. Wasn't very good. Hot take, would you take book listeners' recos that have value? Sometimes they're just saying they really like the narration style. I mean, book readers, or book listeners, I think, sometimes will choose their books to listen to because they're going to do the thing that they listen to books during anyway, and they just have to find something to be on. Book readers, I think, have a little more deference. Like, I think they choose the books to read a little more carefully, maybe, on average. Black Library prints a few, and scalpers pick up the rest. You don't buy them from stores, you mean? Again, don't know the system. Where's my Gamers Edition audiobook? Yeah, the $150 Collector's Edition audiobook that doesn't come with the audiobook. But it does come with a mouse pad. A little thing that you can scan on your phone to get a digital version of some art. And a soundtrack that isn't mastered yet. Awesome. Love it. Good trend. Stores have them, but Black Library prints their own stuff, so releases vary in size and don't get reprinted often. It's too bad. It's too bad. Oh yeah, anyway, hey, story time. I left the house because I had to get this stuff. And so I went to the Guitar Center because they have microphones. And I'm like, I want an RE20 plus the scaffolding thing around it. I think I used the real name of it. I think it's called a shock mount. Yeah, that's right. I'm like, and I'll take the shock mount 309A, name brand EV. I've heard bad things about the knockoffs, and also the mic is fucking huge and heavy. It's like a pipe bomb. I'm speaking to you right now into a pipe bomb that records sound. And so if you get the cheapo ones, apparently it's like too heavy for them. All right, fair enough. My Rode mic arm is sweating. It is struggling under the weight. But also it's old. However, I'm not trying to buy yet another thing. So we're dealing with it. I'll tighten some screw somewhere. I'm sure it'll be fine. You can't handle my strongest mics, yeah. Anyway, so I went to Guitar Center. I'm like, I'll take it.
Good job, King.
Fenrir endings, Tier 1, 27 months. Appreciate it. How loud was that compared to my voice? Do I need to go up, or do those things need to go down? I'm working on levels. I didn't have a chance to do it before the stream. Give your input if you feel like it. That was fine? Alright, sick. Finally. I just don't want it to be a RIP headphone user's experience because you're like turning me up to hear me properly. And then, good job, King. My camouflage pants are not camouflaging my diarrhea. And it just like blasts everybody's eardrums out.
Sophisticated, relaxing,
kind of invigorating.
Everybody doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
CJ Busta, 10 tier 1 gift subs. What a connoisseur. Yeah, I appreciate it. Double grips. Huge, dude. And there was a tier 3 sub at the very beginning, which I may or may not have thanked you for, but I saw it. I saw it. Huge. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I love the house. So I show up, right? POV. You are floating in a Guitar Center with a camera, and you're watching me enter the store, okay? I'm looking hermit as AF, right? I got my Doom hoodie on from 2016. I have an Altered Beast hat and tobacco filter 80s sunglasses on because it was a bright day, and if the world doesn't have a dark mode, you put on shades, right? And so I'm like, I'll take this microphone, and they're like, hell yeah. And they're like, all right, you're gonna have the shock mount, here you go, right? And you're told it comes to 600 something. Would you like the protection plan? And I am old, and so my default response to protection plans is simply no thank you, right? Because for the most part, there usually is a manufacturer's warranty anyway, even if it sucks. And if there isn't, homeowners will cover it. And if it doesn't, then I don't drop phones or anything, right? Like it's and the only thing it doesn't cover for is like, I don't know, if it gets stolen or something. But that's homeowners. Yeah, in fact, I look like the exact kind of guy that would walk into a Guitar Center. For once, I don't look out of place. You know? So anyway, I'm like, no thanks. And they're like, oh, you know what? It looks like we don't have that shock mount in. Would you like this super shitty one? Made out of toothpicks, zip ties, and some rubber bands. It's $55. And I'm like, no twice. Yeah. Double no. Can you order it? And they're like, yeah, we can order it. Hell yeah, I'll order it. And they're like, great. And he's like, well, here's what I'll do. Since you're ordering this, and you're buying this expensive mic, I'll knock 20% off of it if you get the protection plan. And I'm like, 20%? 20 of them is a lot of percentages with a purchase like this, you know? And this guy probably gets a commission whenever he has some sucker get a protection plan. And I do a little math in my head, because the shock mount is actually kind of expensive as well. And I'm like, hold up. So that's 60 out of 80. Carry the 1. You know, I'm doing basic math in my head. Does that mean my total purchase at this store right now would be $666? Let's fucking go. Alright, you know what? Let's do it. This will be a good story. And he's like, oh, hell yeah, brother. He was telling somebody in front of me that he's got like a side band, you know, and they're like a death metal shit. And he's like, oh, that's sick. Let's go. And here I am with a Doom hoodie, and here he is, a death metal musician, and my total comes to 666. Sweet. So I'm like, you fucking got me. You got me, Guitar Center. All right, let's do it. And so this is the pipe bomb mic from hell. And that's how Guitar Center swindled me out of like $40. Well worth it.
Wait a minute, how big it is? Oh! Okay.
Oh. Okay. Arterius thing is 202 bits. Appreciate it. Anyway, so that's my story for leaving the house. I don't want to do it again. Yeah, she is back. Oh, shit. It's been 86 years. It's been so long. I can't even remember the last time I had the privilege of watching a Henry stream. You know? She's had triple pneumonia and giga COVID for like 27 months in a row. Yeah, 45 days, basically the same thing. It was getting to the point where I'm like, are we gonna hear an announcement that I don't want to hear? What is happening? And she didn't even go outside. Her roommate went outside once, and that was all it took. Doesn't exactly stack the Constitution score, this little lady. But happy that she's better. Happy that she's well. Can't wait to watch the stream, which I believe it's the 12th. It's tomorrow. Oh no. Rest in peace, people who wanted me to stream tomorrow. Henry is coming back to life from the dead after a 45-day COVID triple pneumonia. They're gonna wheel her out in an iron lung. It's gonna open up like a refrigerator. I gotta be there for it. We gotta support our Oshis. You know? Anyway, we'll see when that is. I might stream sometime this weekend anyway. I feel like I should get back into the swing of it. Because, as you know, it is becoming winter, the most beautiful season. And so it is becoming hot, chalky, and blanky weather. Which will be great for some Road Warden-esque, RPGs. I got a few in the backlog. I've been putting in work, waiting for stuff to go on sale and buying it for $2. Polio waifu, yeah, true. Woad Warden. Woad Warden. You got COVID from sucking your roommate's ass too hard. I want to let you know that that's not why you got it. Keep doing what you're doing, right? If you do what you love, then you'll never work a day in your life. But it was your roommate's fault for going outside. If they didn't have it, you'd be fine. So, my advice is to stay the course. Stay strong. Merc 1987. Speaking of Iron Maiden, did you see The Who did an awesome cover of The Trooper? No, I didn't, but I am aware of The Who. I mean, I play Beast Claw Raiders. You kind of gotta, right? Same strain of ass COVID twice. You certainly can. It can mutate. Them shits mutate all the time. If diseases didn't mutate, we would have cured them all already. That's how they get you. But anyway. Anyway, good comment. I got two contents to talk about this evening. The first is Magic the Gathering and the second is AoS. Not in that order. I actually don't know what order I'm going to do it in. I don't know that I have strong feelings about it. You're seeing Iron Maiden on Monday, and The Who is opening. Funny enough, nice. Should be a good show. Should be a decent show. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, there's new Stormcast, and according to Stormkeep, we got some pictures to look at from the new rules from the Battle Tome. This is like lukewarm hype, like not particularly hype. on account of its Stormcast, and they said not a lot is changing. So it's not exactly going to be like what happened with Sylvaneth, which was hype and super sick. That being said, now that they have done that to Sylvaneth, which to me was them going back in and essentially, as much as you could expect them to ever do, essentially fixing the index. Like, the index was beta, and then they're like, oh shit, okay, well, we're gonna do some good old-fashioned work, right? And Sylvaneth got the juice. That's awesome. You love to see it, actually. But it does beg the question, when are you gonna do that for my army? Why don't you? And I don't mean mine as in me personally. I mean everyone who was watching Sylvaneth get the fun thing. And then every single other army, especially ones that were a little disappointed in their index, or maybe really disappointed in their index, are like, well, alright, now I guess I'm just waiting for my turn. So I'm just waiting for my turn. That was even more hype than what happened to Sylvaneth. It was the opportunity for it to happen to at least 10 other armies with what I consider to be pretty mediocre to not even good indexes. Can't wait. It also means that, like, Sylvaneth is, well, actually, I guess, I don't know if it means this. It might mean it, it might not mean it. What do you think?
So fucking big.
You think so fucking big. Thanks for the bits. Because if Sylvaneth just got, like, big rule update, that could mean one of two things, which are the opposite. You could think, like, maybe they're getting a book way later, and so this is something for the interim. Or it means that the book for Sylvaneth is done, and they just copy and pasted it into the index, you know? So I guess it could mean either of those things. I think I'm more inclined to believe the latter. I think Sylvaneth getting a whole bunch of work right now means that the battle tome for Sylvaneth is probably done, and going to be one of the earlier ones. But I have no basis for that opinion. It just seems likely to me. It seems unlikely to me that they would go out of their way to do work on an army because that army isn't going to get an update anytime soon. I don't think they think like that. It's like a player way of thinking, you know? Maybe they'll do one per update, you're hoping? That'd be cool. Obviously I want them to do more, because they don't have enough updates across the entire edition to fix all the armies that I think need fixing. But I'd rather some work be done than none, I suppose, so. The leaked Army of Renown is hype. Okay, I clicked on it in Discord, but I didn't look at it. I just clicked on it, so it put it up here. I will look at it. And, you know, I kind of don't like Armies of Renown, but it's silly not to go over them. They're part of the game. They may or may not stick around, but you could play them. So I might as well look at them. That's the pattern in 40k. Stuff releases with the codex. Do you mean a whole bunch of rules for an index that fixes the index means that the battle tome is on the way? Or do you mean something else? Can clue packs. Well, anyway, it was cool. And now I'm getting entirely too much hopium over here. I'm dangerously close to becoming hopeful. And we can't have that. If you were Games Workshop, you would simply write good rules to begin with. I mean, that was my suggestion. But, you know, there's got to be some... It's too obvious. There's got to be something wrong with it. Are you referring to a bunch of new models? No. Or did they just emergency fix Sylvaneth? They emergency fixed the index. Like, the index was okay. It didn't look very fun, but it wasn't like the army was terrible. It just wasn't very good, and the index's rules weren't really fun. It was a scuffed index. And then they came out with a bunch of changes to it that, like, kind of fixed everything, and now it's hype. The rules. In index form, they're leveraging that digitality. That is not a word. They're leveraging the fact that it's digital. And they're just like, yeah, we can update this. It's good now. It's not perfect, right? But they did a lot of good work there. Perhaps some say too good of work, because it might be too good as an army now. But it's more fun, and like there's quality of life in there, and
good job, King.
There's other stuff that was like annoying, and now it's either the bubbles you have to stand in are quite a bit bigger. It used to be wholly within 6. At times Alario couldn't even fit, you know, all this other stuff. Mike Scarborough thinks tier 1, 30 months. It's almost 3 years. Digitality. Sounds like something from a Mortal Kombat game, yeah. Scorpion wins. Digitality. That's probably not a good sign. You're going to probably be quite late, but you have nothing to base that on aside from a parallel with Drukhari and 40k. Well, it doesn't matter if you're late, I don't think. That's the thing. If the battle tomes aren't really changing much, or even anything, it doesn't matter when your book comes out, you got your rules. And if they're going to just randomly fix your index for you, well then great. You know? Good. That's what they should do, right? If they're for free digitally releasing all the armies as indexes, it's essentially like a beta test before they print the book in real life. It's like, all right, what do you guys think of this? And if everyone, boo, we don't like, if everyone does that, then you can just, you know, you type away on your keyboard, fix the index, re-upload the PDF, see if people like that, and then if they do, then you print the book. Kind of saves you money from, well, it doesn't save you money because it's not like you were going to reprint the book, but you know what I mean. It every time you have to change something that's in a printed book, it devalues that book. It's more than the level of options in the index will get stale long before you get your real rules. Right, but in AoS it seems to be different, at least so far, than 40k. Because Skaven and Stormcast came out and they didn't really change anything. Really just a minor tweak here and there, but it's not like a battle tome comes out and you get bonus sub-factions and bonus rules and just all this other... They mostly just What was that? A bug? Hold on. I have to enter. We were just laughing about Mortal Kombat. I have to enter Mortal Kombat. Be right back. I'm getting my flamethrower. I do have one. Right back. Japan 2. Not to be confused with Japan 1. The copyright strike one. I was victorious. Suffer not the insect to live. Not in this house. This is my domain. I don't go outside. It's not a big percentage, but it's a whole number. It's at least an entire number, right? I'm not going to say it's 1. I'm not going to say it's 10, but it's a whole number. It's a round number. Percentage why I don't go outside is because of bugs. Don't like them. Never did. He was burned in righteous fire, as is the way. Anyway, what were we talking about before my wizard tower was invaded? You're bummed that presumably there won't be a Kabbalist subfaction in the Slaves book. Yeah, you know, I kind of would be too, because I liked Kabbalists in 3rd. Mostly because it made your spellcasting sick, right? Like, you could take any hero, and it almost didn't matter how bad that hero was, if you just really liked him. Granting him the ability to become a wizard, like, fixed it. Like, you could play any pet unit hero. You could just play. It's not like it would be optimal or anything, but it was a nice touch. Just thumbing through the AoS core rules, you guys seem like you're in better hands than 40k are. You're incredibly jealous of our magic and chanting systems. Yeah, that's something new with 4th edition. They decided to make magic and prayers more distinct. And I think they did a pretty decent job at it. Magic is like the boilerplate thing that's harder than it should be and fails a lot because it's so binary and your opponent can try to stop you, but the effects are good. The effects are very solid, and summoning endless spells is like overpowered. So it's like a big roll for wizards, and you're kind of having a spell duel on everybody's hero phase. With priests, you're just spirit bombing. You're charging up your laser, you know? Chances are a prayer will, the first time you pray for it, chances are it like always fails. But that's fine. You're saving up those prayer points. You're collecting the juice. And then you unleash like a double prayer and it's some big thing that happens. And so in this way, they've kind of differentiated them, which is nice. You hope the city's battle tome undoes some of the human-only synergy. I don't think they're going to reinvent the wheel in 4th ed. But, yeah, I would like to see the rules kind of represent that part of the lore, which I thought was a refreshing thing. I don't consider myself too much of like a hug box, like RPG enjoyer, right? But it is a little tiring when for 45 years it's the dwarves hate the elves and the elves hate the dwarves because of some bullshit, right? And it was actually, and like that's their like my personality is that I hate elves. Like it's fine, but it is tiresome, and it's nice to see a spin. It's nice to see a spin on it just somewhere in media here and there every once in a while. And I thought the Cities of Sigmar thing was pretty cool, with the candles in the darkness holding the demons at bay. People put into, actually it's kind of like the opposite of 40k in a certain way. I mean, it's kind of not, right? But I could propagandize you and be mostly correct by pitching you this. Okay, like, what's the like for 40K, and maybe I guess like fascism in general, like one of the big lies is that times are too tough for the high road. Our situation is so bad, our enemies are so evil and so strong that we have to do this awful, like, terrible government style. We have no choice. We can't afford the luxuries of, you know, democracy or whatever, right? Because it's simply too bad, right? That's one of like the main fascism lies. It was neat to see how that played out in reality, finally find its way into a fantasy game somewhere, right? Because democracy and multiculturalism fucking shit on fascism in real life, right? You know, we rule the world. And so it was neat to see that happen in AoS, where times are crazy, Archeon controls all the mortal realms, demons everywhere, barbarians everywhere, nowhere is safe. Your overgod locked the doors to heaven, you know, and you're fucked. And the only way they could survive was actually just working together and taking the best, most efficient, most powerful part of each of the cultures and just mashing it into an overpowered ball and cutting out the rest of the shit. Be like, look, when it's really bad, you can't care about anything else, right? Except what works, and it turns out this does. And that was kind of cool. I thought that was neat. But then they started writing the rules, and they're so Games Workshop brained that they couldn't, I bet it didn't even occur to them. Not just, oh, this guy's a human, so he gets the human stuff, and this guy's a dwarf, and he gets the dwarf stuff. I bet that part of the lore to gameplay probably didn't even occur to them, right? HeyWoah, we're Walk Forest number 1 and 2, copyrighted out of existence 2. I think the music that I was playing during them was, and I just haven't switched it yet. I liked the forest walks though. Actually, you know, the snow walk is still good, I think. Good question. I'll do that one next. Good evening, Mr. Woes. This is the new mic. It's the new mic, but I haven't done anything that's default factory settings. So, I mean, the volume problem is probably fixed. Like, I should be louder. The sound balance between the funny commercials and stuff, and my voice should be good, but I haven't fucked with any of the settings or the different hertz ranges. I haven't done any of that stuff, so it'll probably sound better when I have. But I am not exactly an audio guy, which should not be surprising to you if you have ever listened to my content or watched any of my YouTube videos. Yikes, right? But I'm not good at it and I don't know much about it. I just look up guides. I'm like, RE20 microphone, Google, mic settings, kind of deep voice, enter, right? And whatever Reddit shows me, whatever video of some dude, I'll look at / watch like 3 of them and then take the stuff that seems to overlap. You get a bit of that in the small scale 40k, Eldar and Space Marines aligning temporarily against chaos and stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, 40k has its own thing going on though. It's supposed to be bad, right? That's the point. It's the worst future ever. It's called Grimdark, right? And so they're appropriately using all those tropes, right? Because that's what it should be. And the, like, adherence to religious doctrine and theocracy, even when it hurts you, even when it isn't good, even when it's legitimately bad, you do it anyway because that's the way it's done. crippling bureaucracy, right? All that shit, right? That's proper, you know, if you're going to describe a dystopia like that. And I like 40K for that. Like, it's funny. It's fun. I'm just saying it was kind of refreshing for a different thing. Just remember, you're a content creator, meme magic, and will things into existence just by talking about it. Well, it comes with the territory of talking about everything about something, I guess. A stopped clock is right twice a day. Which is a saying that I think might be going out of favor. Does anybody know what a clock is? And like, most clocks are digital, right? In your average entire day, do you see an analog clock? Like, probably not. That saying might not make any sense moving forward. Then again, we got a lot of sayings like that nobody remembers where they came from, but they vaguely know what they mean, so maybe it'll just be one of those, I suppose. Have you ever heard of or played the game Paranoia? I have heard of it, I have not played it. Do you think I would like it? Wait, are you talking about the one on the GameCube? The GameCube? Where it'll like pretend to delete your saves and shit? Am I thinking... No, that's I think that's Amnesia. Never mind. Look at the save icon for most things. It's a floppy disk. Yeah, I suppose so. I think that's neat. I don't feel too strongly about it, but I think it's worth keeping around. You think that's Darkness Sanity's Requiem? Oh, okay, maybe it was that. I didn't have a GameCube, but my buddy did. Not to detract from what you're saying about the lies of fascism, but I'd say the American global hegemony is more to do to geography than American government and culture. The reason we were able to be 100% safe, and the war that destroyed basically everyone's society in the whole world in the 40s, we got off scot-fucking-free because we're surrounded by 2 oceans and 2 allies forever. It's an overpowered place to start. I don't play Risk, and I don't know much about Risk, but it seems to me that if you're playing some like Risk-style game, and if you choose to start in America, that's probably like an overpowered place to start. You know? And then everyone else got fucked up and we didn't. And we got to capitalize on that. But also a whole bunch of other reasons. That's a big benefit, though, for sure. Not only is it our safety, but also our natural resources are awesome. The Russians sold Alaska to us for $20, and then it struck oil for 100 years. Eat shit. Also sorry. But I guess not. No, eat shit. Anyway, what were we talking about? Probably the TTRPG Paranoia set in Alpha Complex. Okay, yep. I have heard of that. I haven't played it. Yeah, I can see the cover almost. And I remember one of my friends wanted us to play it a million years ago. We never got around to it. I've heard good things, though. So it makes sense that you brought it up. Yeah, Mississippi River is overpowered. You told someone to turn something clockwise and they looked at you confused. You tried to explain what a clockwise dude, like a clock. And they're like, a clock doesn't fucking move. Yeah. How else do you describe that, though? It's so perfect. Like, the descriptive term clockwise is perfect. It's old-timey sounding, but it's instantly, you know. What do you say? Rotate it to the right, I guess? That's too descriptive. I want some flavor in there. Clockwise is flavor. Rotate it to the right. Yeah, port side, starboard side. Their term is widder shins. I've never heard of that. I don't know what that is. Never heard that one. Rotate it to the right. From which frame of reference? Yeah. You mean stage right? Ahem. Oh, you can probably hear all that shit because the mic is loud, huh? I should mute so as not to have too many disgusting mouth noises before I get a pop filter. Apologies. This is the kind of mic you gotta like have breath control for. I have to up my game, I guess. Clockwise and man, we say counterclockwise because I don't know, we like alliterations, I guess. True nautical terminology. Yeah, lean away from the mic to breathe in. That's an oldie. That chocolate rain stuff. Clockwise was said to not work on younger people as their phone clocks don't move. Yeah, I mean, that's probably anecdotally happening sometimes, but I tend not to, and you have to resist it, because it's impossible to resist it, or it's impossible never to do it. It's an intrinsic part of becoming old. You know, yelling at cloud, starting a sentence with kids these days, or whatever equivalent. You know, you gotta fight against that. So I tend not to ascribe to too much of that. Because if you, I don't know, if you look at it a little bit, it doesn't make much sense. I remember maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, all these parents complaining about, what was it? Like attendance trophies or something like that. Like you get a trophy for showing up. What was that? It was a buzzword for a while. Something trophy, which means that you just got a trophy for doing essentially nothing. Attendance, was it? Appearance? Something like that. Participation trophy. And they're like, oh, kids these days get their participation trophies and everything. And I'm like, motherfucker, you're their parents. Your generation made those. You did that. Probably not you personally, but this isn't a generational thing. You guys did that. As silly as it is to ascribe things to an entire generation as if they have that much in common. You know, on the individual level, it falls apart completely. Studies have shown that participation trophies actually make kids feel worse because they understand that they didn't actually earn it. I would believe that. It was like when I looked into trigger words on that same exact point. Also, like 10 years ago or something, there was like, oh, we got to put trigger warnings on stuff, you know? And I looked into it, and that's actually worse. It's worse to do. If you just fed someone information versus having a trigger warning, they actually had a worse response from the trigger warning thing because they kind of like riled themselves up over it in a way. I don't know exactly the reason for it, but it was like, okay, well, here's something that they're trying. It's ironic, right? Because they're trying to do something nice, and they're actually making it worse in the exact way that they were trying to make it better. Anyhow, someone had a Rifts question up here, and I'll be damned if I don't take a Rifts question. We got plenty of time. It's not dumb people either. You've met physics students and people with graduate degrees who don't intrinsically know left from right. Well, yeah. I know a doctor who voted for Trump in 2016. Like, that's retarded. But he memorized a lot of stuff and became a doctor. You know, there's a lot of different ways to be smart. And there's a lot of different ways to be really stupid. And if you don't know something, you don't know something. Some people are really good at some stuff that people think means you're, like, overall intelligent. But probably not, you know? A lot of people just, like, kind of hear something or pick something up and just never think about it. And then it finally comes up, like, 10 years later and they say something. And then they're like, oh, wow, I never thought about that. That's actually silly. Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. That's a good one. Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey does break down a little bit depending on what type of construction you're in, though. Well, okay, it probably doesn't affect construction, but I used to do a lot of installations and set up like media rooms and stuff like that. And there's a lot of like tech equipment and digital equipment and camera equipment that screws in the wrong way because it has to be load bearing and you don't want the thing to always be pushing down on this side and loosening itself, right? So, but that's different. Anyway, I'm scrolling up to the Rifts question, but good chat, and keep going. Can you explain the gist of what makes Rifts mechanics appealing to someone that understand some of the deep magic? It's a time capsule. It's a time machine. You open up the book, and the way the rules are written and how they work, and how they don't work, you are looking at an artifact, a relic of a bygone era. You're an archaeologist. You are the wizard who is writing up a character who is a wizard. It kind of forces you to be that in real life. And to me, that's fun. It's it requires work on your end. You gotta like fix some of the stuff in there. Some people like building their own computer, and some people like having somebody else handle that. And at the end of the day, if all goes well, you end up with the same thing. But some people like to tool around with it and lean into its absurdities and its unbalanced nature. And the fact that it is that unbalanced is fun. That can be fun. Okay, Diablo 2, Paladin is overpowered. Paladin is just an overpowered class. Diablo 2. Hammered in. Sorceress is the best class to play as your first character, probably. You know? but that's kind of why it's special to go back and play a game like that. Because it's rare for you to go back and want to play the most perfectly balanced game ever. Like, you want to play the noteworthy, funny stuff. And I say balanced, but really the game is perfectly balanced in the way that all RPGs are balanced. You have the party versus the world. And the GM smooths both of those things over. As long as the party is on equal footing, how overpowered the party is or weak the party is completely irrelevant, because the world will just scale to them. They will be given challenges by the GM relative to the challenges that they could foreseeably overcome. And so if everyone has stats that are 10s and they can't do anything, they'll be given challenges by the GM that they can overcome. And if everyone is finding some bullshit combo, infinite PPE, infinite mana, playing an overpowered race, some combination of this book plus this book written 10 years later plus this side book kind of made for another system using a conversion rule, and now I have superpowers, and I was born in Lone Star and I'm a special type of mutant human, and I get defined talent and I take boxing in it and all this other stuff. Fine. Okay, that's you. And then you're a demon dragon mage or a lizard mage or something with infinite mana trick. Cool. And then you're a dragon hatchling. Maybe even an adult dragon. Who cares? And then you're a demigod with 3 classes. Great. You're all broken. And now you will fight challenges that are just as challenging to you, relatively speaking, as the guys who had 10s and everything. And so, you know, the only thing you gotta watch out for is, in Dungeons & Dragons, you have some safety. You got some bumper bowling. A level 5 fighter is just as good as a level 5 wizard, is just as good as a level 5 cleric. Not exactly, but they take great pains to make sure that is the case. In Rifts, they simply don't. You can be an actual hobo with nothing. Or you can be a cosmonite, who's basically Goku with a sword, who can fly at light speed in space, and the class is supposed to be one guy in space with a sword fighting against space stations single-handedly. Obviously, you don't put both of them in the same party, right? But it's really just one extra step past, D&D. You still just balance the party, and then you balance the stuff they fight. It's written in High Gygaxian, where the fluff is indistinguishable from the rules text to an extent. So it's pretty clear when it's rules and when it's fluff, but they put exclamation points in the rules text. It's so funny to me. It's a treat. And it's 30 years of books without really an update to editions. And so you have 100 splat books to look through. If you're the type that likes to delve into a library, just 40 world books, 100 rifters, a whole bunch of other game systems, mercenaries stuff, phase world stuff, conversion books, and you want to find that like sick-ass combo from a book that everyone forgot about, to me that's fun. That's like the Johnny, that's the Tinkerer, I guess. Like that shit's fun. Some people want to play the game as soon as possible, learn as little as possible, and have it be as mechanically simple as possible. If it took them 2 minutes instead of 1 minute to go from I want to play D&D to I'm sitting down and playing D&D, they would make any sacrifice like that. And I think that's like the business way, the best way to do it, as we've seen. But I like the opposite. I'm kind of bored by that. It's a D20 system based on advanced Dungeons and Dragons. It's based on AD&D. I don't even think player's option. I think it's based on AD&D, but he had the prescience to get rid of Thaco. It's D20s. It uses D100 for the skills. And it has infinite random options and a million classes. And you start out, one of the cool things I think of for Rifts, and we'll get back to all the other stuff, but one of the cool things about Rifts that I like is it's very cinematic, and it takes great pains to prove to you over and over that it mostly cares about the cinematicness of what's happening. In that, when you roll up a Rifts class, you're level 1, you are that ideal. You're already him. You are crystallized in your archetype. Where, like in D&D, you start out, you have the whole hero's journey in D&D from power level, right? In D&D, level 1, you're like, as a level 1 D&D character, you're like a farmer who picked up a sword in an isekai anime. And then at level 20, you're Genghis Khan riding 2 different dragons, 1 foot on each of them, right? With so much magic, you look like the sun. And, ooh, I want to be a gladiator. So there's like a prestige class where you work your way up into being the undead hunter gladiator guy that was in your head when you rolled up the level 1 character. In Rifts, there's just a class, badass demon hunter guy. And you, at level 1, you're just that. And you have all that shit. And leveling up is kind of whatever. The first 4 levels are pretty impactful. After that, you get to like 6 and it kind of tapers off. You're fucking him. And it's about what happens in the story after that. It's not too terribly much like a slow burn power level grow. Which makes it good for one-shots and stuff. The GM has a near infinite amount of levers to use to scale difficulties. Sure does, yeah. Rifts goes all the way from a survival horror where you're playing a completely skillless, bad at everything guy who started with a... Oh, I hit the mic. Who started with like a SDC normal ass pistol and a bar of soap and a bag of candy. Running away from zombies and stuff, all the way to Mass Effect, like piloting the Citadel versus the Reapers in a bid to save the galaxy. There's a book called The 3 Galaxies. You know, it goes all the way to Gurren Lagann levels if you want it to. So there's a lot of scale to get to if you wish. You remember your buddy learning that lesson? He was an inexperienced GM and gave all us players access to some crazy overpowered stuff. We instant killed big bad end guy. So he pivoted and threw armies at us. Oh yeah. Lou Boo over here. Just scale the challenge to the strength of the party. Everything else is window dressing. I should look for Hackmaster in 5e. It's a lot more sword and sorcery, but it sounds very similar. You earn becoming the badass. I see. Although, actually, I'm talking about Dungeons & Dragons as if it's still 3rd edition. You do start out with a lot of stuff now in modern D&D. And part of this is just like things change. Things change over time. Games change over time. I've watched D&D become more and more fantastical and much less sword and sorcery. And I looked over the new 5.24 edition stuff, and it really dawned on me when I was reading that book, where I'm like, man, like, it's called Dungeons and Dragons, but really you're making a Marvel superhero. it feels like we're getting to the point of them, like you're making a little bit of like kind of anime characters, kind of Marvel characters kind of thing. I don't know if that's exactly a complaint, it's just a different scale. It's something that I don't really care for too much, but I wouldn't go so far as to say that it's a bad thing. The things that I like in tabletop role-playing games are in general not popular, so I'm the minority. I always thought of D&D as you start as the farmer who picked up a sword and then you become Superman. But you're kind of starting very heroic. It's like GW's scale of its models, their heroic scale. It's kind of, you're starting like that now. But then again, I just talked about riffs and how much I like riffs, and you start out as Giga Chad the Scorpion King. But that's what the game is, right? And that's funny. With D&D, you're watching it morph over time. Common low-level D&D tip from experienced players is don't give yourself too cool of a backstory, because you're going to be a level 1 guy. What you're hearing is that Rifts doesn't want you to start as a level 2 Billy, born to die. Born to die, nice one. Yeah, in Rifts, your backstory is literally an excuse for the bullshit that you wrote on the paper to even make sense. You're like Ichigo, oh, well, you're half of Vizard, and you're half of this, and your dad was that, and your dad was half of this and this, and then you trained with that, and you trained with this thing, and then you died, and you came back. It's like, how do you even explain how this character even exists? That's like the backstory, but that's the fun of it, because it's so stupid. Stupid but fun is something that I don't think I need to explain to Games Workshop enjoyers. You're living in it. Right. Ever play Cyberpunk Red? No. I almost got into a Cyberpunk game. Enough to read up on the rules, but then they couldn't schedule it, and it never happened. I'm interested in Cyberpunk. I really liked the game. I like Cyberpunk, I like the aesthetic of it, right? What would you call it? I like the genre. I had tons of fun in Shadowrun, but mostly like Shadowrun 2nd and 3rd edition when FASA still owned it. So I'm talking like 95, I think, before WizKids bought it and then somebody else bought it. I never played the D20 versions, but I really liked Shadowrun, and Shadowrun is a lot like Rifts, and I imagine probably similar to Cyberpunk. Crow Roost, switch hats? Sure. Rip the plib gear. I'll rip the plibo gear. And I gotta redo all my movements, because this thing is huge. And I'm manually trying not to bump into it all the time. You get really used to distance and movements when you're talking to a certain mic in a certain exact position for 7 years. Changing out of the big hat, I was told to change hats. I don't make the rules, despite making the rules, and also saying that I don't have to follow them, because I don't. But the plib hat is a little bigger, you know? And so I get a little more room to breathe in the old brain pan up here. You got a pal starting a level 0 mechs in Lancer, but they get 1 level 3 feat or item to get, which is like giving your level 1 fighter a delayed blast fireball. That's fun. That's why you've been on a Warhammer Fantasy roleplay kick. You start much more grounded. I like that sometimes. You know, I like all types. Sometimes you're just in the mood for something. You're in the mood for hot chocolate. You're in the mood for coffee. You're in the mood for Fireball whiskey because the guy's offering you some at Dragonfall and his whole army is dragons and it's hilarious. Sometimes you're in the mood for a fucking nos. $46 pick up 3, right? That probably comes out a bit higher. That's what I do. The way I handle stats, okay, here's the kids these days. I'm about to start yelling at Cloud and being an old man. So brace yourself for some boomer takes. But I looked at the new D&D book, and the default way for you to roll up characters is point by, or just a written out stat line of 6 numbers, and you just get those numbers and you can put them wherever you want, but everyone is the same, like you are manufactured in a gray goo factory and everyone is the same. That is soulless, disgusting, absolutely disgusting. I can't even think of a reason to do that. What is it for, like, ooh, so it's fair in adventure mode or whatever that thing that I thought died, but maybe Adventure League or something? The worst way to play D&D. An antithetical to it. It's like going to a D&D tournament. Ugh. Horrible, right? Remember fun? You gotta put that randomness in there, put that hype in there. Now, I know you're afraid. You're afraid of 2 things. 1, you're afraid of the guy that rolls his stats and shows up. Damn, that's a lot of 18s. No, I swear, bro. I rolled them, right? That's easy, right? That's easy to fix, so I'm not even going to talk about that. You know, you roll up characters, everybody rolls at the same time. Easy. 2, you're worried, and this comes from a good place, your concern, right? Which is, it could be a problem, and you're trying to solve that problem. So, you're concerned about little Timmy, who rolls a bunch of 11s and 10s and a 7 and 114, and his stat line is shit. But little Jenny, she rolls it right in front of everyone, wins the lottery, you know, triple 16, 12, 12, 11, Giga Chad, you know, and now you have 2 party members in a game obsessed with balancing the party that are immediately like not balanced, and that's a problem. And I agree, you know, fairness is important, right? But I have this one trick, okay? Point buyers hate them. What you do is, everybody does 4d6 drop the lowest for 6 numbers. All 4 of your players do that. And then, whoever has the best stat line, that's what everyone gets. It's the best of both worlds. It's perfect balance between the party, because they all have the same stat line, but it still keeps the fun and the soul of that random leave it up to fate, leave it up to God's hands what our characters like relative stats are going to be. And so it's to me, that's how I do it. Best of both worlds. It's okay because Timmy dies and rolls a new character. Yeah, sure. That can happen. you're starting a new Pathfinder campaign and you want the players to go crazy with their characters, like purposefully choose the most broken stuff, that can be, if everyone's on the same page with that, that's fun. I don't think you have to choose between role-playing and role-playing, as in ROLL and ROLE. I think just do both. I like a lot of role-playing. And I like optimizing the fuck out of my characters so they're insane. I like soloing entire encounters because I'm so overpowered with my wizard combos, but then also having an entire adventure where it's just talking to NPCs and role-playing and solving a mystery. You don't even enter combat. You don't have to choose. How about both? And yeah, I have played in games where the whole party is like mud peasants, just potato sack wearing peasants. In like a survival horror game trying to run away from vampires and collect silver bullets and stuff. That can be fun too. Main reason you can vouch for preset is purely personal. You like when every character has one stat that starts worse than 10. You like the aesthetic of everyone being stat. Yeah, what you like is for...
Good job, King.
The Rat Who Games. Good name, by the way. Thanks to the 18 months. It's almost 2 years. Thanks to the tier 1. 18 months of big. Anyway, I was about to tell Fee-Monk what he likes after he just told me what he liked. You like Kryptonite. The idea of perfection, Giga Chads, with no downsides. That's boring to you. You know? Where's the Achilles heel? Where's the... You are humanized by your flaws. If you have none, you are boring. And it gives you a hook to play with. I don't disagree in general, you know? You don't have to play all your games where everyone is like a perfected science of the winds of fate crafting the perfect main character. You don't have to do that. Some games it's fun. The only true way to play is pick race and class first, 3d6, straight down the line. Well, you can't pick race and class first the rest of the waffles. You gotta roll 3d6 straight down the line and see what classes you qualify for. Oh, you wanted to play a paladin? Well, hey, tough shit, it's hard to qualify for. Uphill both ways. You don't completely agree, Arrested? Well, he's memeing. Yeah, he's memeing. I played Dungeons & Dragons in the year of our Lord 1990. Alright. A little bit even in 89. Even then, nobody did 3d6 straight down the line. At least we didn't. I mean, perhaps somebody did, but it wasn't around me or anybody I heard of. Sure, tons of people wanted powerful characters and created their own methods. Yeah. 4d6 drop the lowest was the, like, immediate answer usually. Oh, that's right. I was about to mention Shadowrun for a brief moment. I think Shadowrun is one of the best games for a one-shot. Because there's so much potential for inter-party betrayal. Normally I never do that stuff, and I encourage players never to do that stuff. Because it's essentially like, usually somebody is trying to get permission to be a huge dick. But if the game is about that, then it can be fun. I was never actually in a Shadowrun campaign. I was only in dozens and dozens of 1 or 2 shot adventures. Because at the end of all of them, either the entire party died or split up or betrayed each other or whatever. Yeah, a shadow jog, a shadow sprint. Yeah, Call of Cthulhu, I was in a bunch of those as well, and those are great one-shots, because they're just a horror movie. It's like a 6-hour-long horror movie around a table. Anyway, should we get to it? I feel like I should do the... I'm going to do the AoS first, if that's okay. I'm going to do the AoS first. The Age of Sigmar. And we'll start with all that stuff in Giga News and Leaks on the Discord. This is new Stormcast. The source is Stormkeep, according to Benny1911. And then there's also a new AOR, which people tell me is cool. And then in enchantments for Heroes of the Forge and Ruination. We'll look at that as well. Yes, quite. Anyway, I'm cutting the commercial because I see yet another yellow error has popped up on the YouTube side. Apology, YouTube enjoyers. I'm going to hit you with a funny commercial or two, and then we're going to look over some AoS. Is there a good one-shot for Shadowrun 5th edition, by the way? Last question. I don't know. I played Shadowrun... I think the last Shadowrun game I played was 2nd edition, maybe 3rd. And it was like a D6 game back then. It was owned by a different company. The rules were all different. I just don't know what Shadowrun is like nowadays. I haven't played it since probably 1998 or something. I don't have a good resource on that one. We never used any books or adventures or anything. We were just always making up stuff. So I can't even point you to any written material. Same with D&D, same with all tabletops. I've been in one pre-made like adventure from a company like once in my life. Like one GM did that. But everybody else has just made stuff up. They say the current edition of Shadowrun is a system that hates the players and the GM with an unmatched intensity. Oh. So the EverQuest role-playing game. Hell yeah. Anyway, cutting the commercial. Good work. I'm gonna talk about Age of Sigmar when we get back. BRB, get up and stretch your legs a little bit. It's been an hour and a half.
Hello there. I'm Mr. Cream.
AC Penny. When it fits, you feel it.
So big you gotta grin to get it in.
Once you pop,
The cream.
don't stop.
If it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in your face.
Deliciously hot, dangerously creamy.
The juice is loose.
She wanted to remember the love they shared for
Cream.
Sometimes you feel like a
Stuffed 5 ways.
So my family's looking for beef.
Now, that's what I call
Cream, yeah.
Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough.
And I am the cream.
Then why do we call it big? Because big things go into it.
At the Men's Warehouse.
You're gonna cream.
I guarantee it.
With Klondike ice cream bars, you get big servings, big taste, big cream.
Imagine
5 big, moist, delicious ounces of big, hot ice cream. And a coating made with beautiful
milk,
chocolate, so you can
Pour
big cream.
like I've never had it.
Klondike, big bar, big cream.
Big bar, big cream. Alright, we back. Let's check out some War Scrolls, shall we? Lord Vigilant on Morgriff. I thought the Morgriff name was funny because you have Griffed Hounds, and they're the tiny ones. You have Griff Chargers, which are the Chocobo ones. And then for the biggest Griff, I'm like, what do we call the biggest Griff? There's just more Griff there. Oh shit, I got it. We got... Oh wait, this is... They're putting that stuff up there now, right? The wards and stuff. Hero Monster Fly, no ward. 12, 3, 12. 12 flying is decent. 12 flying is highly decent, especially for a Stormcast. Control 5, big controller. Hallowed Glaive. Charge +1 dam. 5, 3, 3, 1, 3. Big swing. Gonna be sweating those save rolls. And the Talons. 6 of them, 4, 2, 2, 2. Alright. Once per turn army reaction, this unit was picked as the target of a non-core ability. What is a non-core ability, you ask? So all the abilities in the game have keywords, right? So down here you see there's a keyword. It says Rampage. Every core ability on somebody's War Scroll or in the game, in the keyword section will say core. And so what you're looking for the Ruination Chamber thing, basically looking for any ability whose keywords does not include core. For instance, you cannot make a resistance roll and on a 4-up be immune to someone attacking you, like with the fight ability, because that's a core ability. But a lot of things aren't, and so Ruination Chamber is kind of nice. It's only a 4-up, but it's nice to randomly counterspell stuff. I don't really have complaints with it. Obviously it's a coin flip, but it's cool to be randomly immune to all sorts of stuff. You can, however, shut off covering fire. You can, because it's not core. I don't think it's core anyway. Once per turn army, your hero phase, direct to the assault. Direct to the asphalt. Pick a friendly non-hero Ruination Chamber unit holier than 12. This is a turn while the target is wholly within 12 of this unit. Add 5 to the control score. And you can do it to yourself, right? It doesn't say another. Oh no, it does say non-hero and you're a hero. You can't. Never mind. I was about to actually, but I got unactually'd. Adding 5 to a target's control score is kind of big. But if you have some big flying guy, I don't know how many other dudes you're going to be standing near. You're probably going off on your own. Maybe you're not going off on your own, though. I mostly don't rate control score abilities that high. But 5 is a big swing. So that's so on your turn you do that. Once per turn army, any charge phase. Vice-like grip. Pick an enemy non-monster hero in combat with this unit to be a target. So a foot hero that you're probably killing. They strike last and cannot be picked as the target of commands. Well, actually that's cool because it, you know, you probably should be just killing foot heroes as this guy, but causing them to be unable to take all-out defense does kind of sweeten the deal. That being said, you'll like never use this, right? It only works against foot heroes that you are in combat with in the charge phase. So, like, for the vast majority of your gameplay, this probably is just blank, right? Do I want to play a Lord Vigilant on Morgriff? Well, it looks like you're not a wizard. It looks like you're not a priest. And the only buff you hand out is a control score 1. And so am I going to play this guy? Probably never. But I don't play Stormcast. Maybe you do things differently than other armies. I don't see what this guy's supposed to be for. Yeah, YouTube keeps freaking out. I apologize, Brandon. I can't help it. YouTube is constantly showing me like weird yellow errors and stuff. I don't know if it's on my end or theirs. Wait for him to be like 380 points as well. His points are irrelevant because I don't think he does anything that I want. For you, Twitch is freaking out and YouTube is the stable one? Well, good. It just proves that streaming to both is the way to go, because chances are something will work. Then there's Knight Azeros with the Star Blessed weapon. 6-3-12, he fly. Actually, a foot hero guy with control 5, kind of nice. He is Ruination Chamber. The Light of Sigma. On a 3-up, pick one of the following effects. Any combat phase. For the rest of the turn, -1 from hit rolls for attacks made by enemy units while they're in combat with this unit. Okay. Heal D3 each friendly Stormcast unit within this unit's combat range. So very, very, very short range. He can like fly to get places though. Once per turn army, end of any turn. A light in the dark. Pick a friendly prosecutors. All these in 12. Alright, so you're supposed to follow prosecutors around then. That's your job. Roll a die, 3 up, pick one of the following effects. Target is in combat. Target can immediately use the retreat ability, as if it were your movement phase without any mortal damage being inflicted. End of turn though. If this was like after they fought or something, I could see that, but... Because don't prosecutors just kind of die in combat? I guess that's... depends. If they're not in combat, they can just use a normal move. And prosecutors are pretty fast, right? They're the flappy guys. So... making them like off-turn fly 12 is kind of sick. But again, I don't know that I'm trying to play him. It might... This is like a neat trick in a certain way. They got that vice-like grip to crush the enemies of Sigmar. This guy exists to make prosecutors deny tactics. Yeah. I mean, 12 flying off turn is a lot. What do you put this guy at? What does this guy cost? 100? Lord Vigilant on Morgriff, I don't think he has a job. Knight Azeros, it's possible he's a spoiler, like you guys are saying. I don't know that I want a spoiler if it costs a whole drop. Maybe Knight Azeros is one of the free ones, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't, as I read him on the page, I don't think he's trash. Or rather, he might have like a role to play, is what I'm saying. Because it's a good trick. And then, whoever took this picture, you gotta work on your centering. But I appreciate you taking the picture, at least. That's nice. For Soulsworn and stuff. You'd think everything with Knight would be a bonus hero, right? I no longer make that kind of assumption when it comes to Games Workshop, but that sounds good. It sounds good for a category of things to be the same type of thing. I also don't play Stormcast, so I don't know if all of them are. If they all are up till now, then makes sense that guy would be. Storm Covens are elite strike teams of arcane specialists who often find themselves operating as part of a larger Stormcast army. Each of a Storm Coven's Knight Arcanums. Oh, okay, so it's a murder of Lord Arcanums. Well, Knight Arcanums, I should say. A gaggle. How many? You get 2 or 3. There's 2 pictured, but I'm not sure. They definitely aren't. You were just pointing out the dissonance. Alright, well. Good work. Wizard 1 Infantry. I like the mask. I like the mask one. It's a neat mask. 3351. Azerite Bowaltz. 18, 2, 3, 4, 1, D3. Sorry. And then Valedictor weapons. Valedictorians? 3 attacks, 3, 3, 1, D3. Okay, a bunch of D3s. Add 1 to the unit's power level while it is contesting an objective. Okay. So they're... It's a double caster when you deploy it on your home objective and they just stand there summoning endless spells and stuff. Got it. Aether Shock, 7. Pick a visible unit within 12. If the target is friendly, it has strike first. If it is enemy, it has strike last. And this is a spell, so you can unleash spell and make your opponent strike last on their turn. Although they do have to be within 12 during your opponent's hero phase, which they might not be. I don't... does this count as a hero unit because they're all Knight Arcanums, or does this count as a troop because it's a bunch of guys? Stay-at-home wizards, and it's 3 of them. They count as generic. They're not heroes. Okay, this might be a bold claim, but I almost don't give a shit what they cost. It's not a drop. It's a 9 wound double casting foot hero that's not a hero. With ranged attacks. That's power level 2 as long as you deploy it on one of your home objectives. And it has strike first and strike last that can be used off turn. Check, please. Yep. Kid, you're in. Get off the bench. You're a starter. Storm Coven is the name of your folk metal band, yeah. Yep, this is sick. Hey, great work. Alright, that's kind of exciting. Storm Coven, good work. Stormcast unlimited spell is more ranged attacks, alright. Yeah, like the shooting is not bad, right? It's 6 shots at 18 inches. 6 18-inch shots is not bad. It's something, right? Like that will produce like a D3 damage, maybe even 2. You can pick away at people. I like them. I like these guys. All right, good work. Put it in the memory banks. Next, we got Stormstrike Paladors. Cavalry Champion, Musician. Alright, so it's 3s. It's 3s. And then a Standard Bearer. And they are Warrior Chamber, because that actually matters. Five, 3, 12. Pretty fast. That's a 12 is a proper cav move. They don't count as big cav or monster cav or something, which are generally 10s or even 8s. Stormstrike Lance or Blade. Anti-infantry rend 1 and charge damage 1. It's 3, 3, 3, 2, 2. So it's 9, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 2. Potentially 2s and 2s with a wound bonus. And then you have some shit Horso attacks, but they exist. Ride for Vengeance. If any friendly warrior chamber units have been destroyed, you can reroll charges for this unit, and it has first strike if it charged. I think it's cool that they have an ability that cares about stuff like that. I don't think this unit is any good. I think the other one is better. So it's like, why do you exist? But I think it's neat that they're doing stuff like, oh, if this thing is dead, then these guys just get a perma buff because they're mad, you know, for the rest of the game, which is kind of neat. Anyway, yeah, I think you're taking the other chocobos. To my chagrin, because I don't like what the chocobos look like, really. These are the best looking ones yet, but it's not my cup. Stormstrike Chariot. Whatever. Lord Zelestant. Conan the Barbarian head. the svelte mask, if you wish. You're covered in a lion and a double lion. Lion breastplate, lion shoulder pads, lion head on the shoulder. Alright. Are you good? Is it okay to be good here? 6352, huh? Weapons of Legend. Crit auto wound. 53312. Alright. I'm gonna... This single paragraph here better be fucking amazing. Furious Retribution. Pick friendly non-hero warrior chamber infantry. Nah, I don't want to. That is not used to fight and then they fight, but you do add 1 to wound rolls, so it's technically a buff, although it's kind of an awkward one, but that is a buff. It's got to be a warrior chamber. I don't think I care unless they still have some fight first, pull them into combat thing. Even then, that's maybe a bit cute for like just a foot guy and the infantry around him, but I think you could play something like that. The crest on the shield looks like a squid. It does look like a squid. I don't like that. This guy has one interesting play. Give him the fight's first artifact and sit him with some grand slammers. Yeah, I suppose you could do that. I don't think, to me, that's not interesting enough compared to what else you could do. Surprising to you that the poster boys of AoS took this long to get stuck with a faction terrain. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know how Stormcast players feel about it, but unless your faction terrain is like so awesome looking and being, I generally, if I had to just craft an army out of whole cloth, like let's just invent an army to play mechanically, I would never choose to have a terrain feature. Like if we're just using point buy and like boons and flaws kind of system, I would just never have a terrain feature. I don't want to buy one. I don't want to paint one. I don't want to put it on the table. I don't want the thing to sit near the board edge and I gotta have a guy babysit it or whatever. Just get rid of it, save those like build points for an army and put them in something else. I don't know if that's how everyone feels, but it's how I feel. And then the Lord Celestant on Dracoth, which I believe we've seen. Pick a non-hero extremist chamber cavalry unit, and then they get to fight. But it doesn't give them a bonus of any sort, so again, unless you're doing a pile-in fights first thing. Each time make an unmodified save roll 6 for it. It inflicts 1. Okay, it kicks back a mortal on 6s, which historically... negativity bias on my part. This shit never happens. I used to have Iron Fists sometimes. And I would go entire games with it never proccing once. But it could happen, depending on your experience. He's got funny storm blasts, but I don't like 10 range. And 1 attack. 10 range, 1 attack, 3s and 3s, 2 D3 is like 10% for anything to ever happen. If you factor in all the turns where you don't even try to use it because you're out of range. Yeah, I know what you mean. I suppose I am kind of surprised that they didn't shoehorn them into buying some earlier. Oh yeah, it's companion too. Oof. Alright. And there's Guard of Steel Soul. If he charged for the rest of the turn, you get a ward. Is that how it works right now? I know he used to give a ward. And it was a big bubble. Is that how he works right now in 4th? Or is this different? I've looked at the Stormcast book so long ago. Because if you have to charge to get your 5-up ward, that sucks. For you. Like, that's too bad. Once you battle your charge phase, pick up to 3. Hold within 6 of this unit. Add 1 to charge rolls, add 1 to attacks characteristic with their melee weapons, okay? He's hoofing it. Once per battle, your charge. So you can land with your men and then still get a +1 to charge, so you need like an 8. Okay. Do people play this guy? Is he a thing? You know, I see a charge bonus and I see a ward somehow. And so I'm like, maybe people could play that. I don't know. Seems like a lot of hoops to jump through to get a ward basically only on your turn. I know you can countercharge, but I doubt it. Torn is the Redeemed. Oh, let's go. You better come with a potato token. Well, I guess not anymore. 8-3-12-5. Big controller. Dude, Gardas. What are you doing, Gardas? Hallowed Great Spear, crit 2 hits, 12-1, 3-3, 2d3. Hallowed Great, oh, and then he just fights with it too. Like, he throws it, but he fights with it. Crit 2 hits, 5, 3, 3, 2, 2. If the Ruination Chamber guy uses Rally, you get 3 additional rally points. No free heroes. If you can't pay your rent as a hero in regiment tax and utility, you are out. Yeah. Roll die, throw a pick 1 in the following effect. Any combat phase. -1 from hit rolls, attacks made by enemy units while they're in combat with this unit. Heal D3. Tornus, flies. Cool. He's the wingman. The ultimate wingman. Meh. Illidan Stormrage the Witness. I think we saw this guy's war scroll before. But maybe it was whatever version. This one seems to be the book, right? Priest 1, fly, no ward. 12-3, 12-5. Axe of the Final Threshold. Crit mortal, you love to see it, but D3 damage, you hate to see it. Only 4 attacks, 3s and 3s, 2 D3. Airy Axe's Talons, Companions, 6-4, 2-2. Alright, so he's not here for damage. Pro the Witness. 4 up. Each time friendly Ruination Chamber unit uses fight. Holy 18, good range. Heal them. If it was an 8 up, heal 3. Unit has a ward of 6 up for the rest of the turn. Yeah, but it's when they use fight though. This is the worst timing ever. The spell seems to suck. Oh, sorry, prayer. Does this suck, or am I not thinking about it right? Because I want the ward before my opponent hits me. So like this'll... Yeah, it's so weird, because it heals you, which you kind of want after damage, and it gives you a ward, which you kind of want before damage. And on the opponent's turn, they're going to get to activate something first, before you activate a fight ability, and so you won't get this when you're being attacked. Yeah, this should have been resolving in a different phase. I think, unfortunately, the timing on this thing makes it... I don't care. And what you get for the 8-up is just fucking nothing, right? Like, you always get the ward, and it's a D3 just into 3. That's a really pathetic double up, you know? That's a poor use of juice. It's just like a heal. But if you have some unit just standing there that needs healing, you can't even do it because it's only when it fights. This is very uninspired. Once per turn army, end of any turn. Dark Flight. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. End of turn. Roll a die if the roll exceeds the target's health characteristic, one model slain. And then you can immediately use retreat. But you can, you don't have to. Oh yeah, I remember talking about this one. This is...
Good job, King.
Is like a second power through that doesn't cost a command but might not do anything. And so you can, maybe there's some weird like, alright, I'm going to end of the turn, I'm going to power through but stay in combat, and then I'm going to use Dark Flight and try to kill something and then free get out of combat. I mean,
sophisticated,
maybe
relaxing, kind of invigorating. Everybody doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
Yo, appreciate it like we connoisseurs do. Unlife, hey, thanks for the 5 gifters. Big gifter on Twitch, Unlife, I appreciate it, thanks a lot. Actually huge, and also thanks for the tier 1 sub. For 33 months. That's almost a third of 100 months. Fucking huge. Does Dark Flight reset wounds if it slays a model in a wounded multi-wound unit? Or is that only if damage reaches health and not slain? It does not. Yeah, so you're on You Know Me Kitty. Since you no longer put wounds onto a model, instead you put it onto the whole unit and only take a casualty off when it gets to the wounds characteristic. It means that when you slay something outright, the unit is going to still have that damage on it. So you don't get screwed out of your damage, in other words. But the core rule only says reset if a model is slain. Oh, is this a check the tapes? Do I need to look? Do I need to look at the core rules? We could do a check the tapes. I got a stinger for it.
We take a look at the tail of the tape.
Some of them may be involved with exotic stuff, like dark matter.
An ABC News brief brought to you by Michelob Light Beer. Now from Washington, Sander Van Oker.
Alright, thanks Sander Van Oger. Where are we gonna find this rule for casualties? Maybe I'll use their index. Right? A model is said to have been slain by a unit when an attack made by or an ability used by that unit caused that model to be slain. Okay, hey, thanks. Phases. Unlife thanks for gifting a sub to Crowruist. Appreciate it. What exactly am I even looking for here? Maybe slain stuff, maybe wound allocation. Yeah, I'm gonna look for the W. I'm gonna look for wound allocation. Nope, that's not it. Hit points? Right before that entry for slain. let's check it out. Oh, it doesn't list a place to find it though. That's simply the glossary. Alright, well, fucking... Can somebody give me a number here? End of the turn. Contradictory rulings, advanced. Oh, probably not in terrain. Commands. It's not an advanced rule, right? Persistent effects, contradictory stuff. Random characteristics, setting up new units. Attacking diagram, okay. Maybe it's by this attacking stuff. The commander of a unit must pick which models in the units are slain. However, after each slain model is removed, the unit must be in a single coherent group. If this is not possible, sure, alright. Allocating damage. After resolving the effect of any damage that inflicts damage points, you must allocate the damage points. When allocating damage points to a unit, the damage points in its damage pool are allocated to it one at a time. Each time the number of damage points allocated to the unit equals the health characteristic, one model is slain, and the number of damage points allocated to that unit is reset to 0. Keep allocating damage points until there is none left in the damage pool. Right. Okay. If the number of damage points allocated to a unit is not enough to slay a model, keep track of the number of damage points currently allocated to the unit. Most players place a die. While a unit has any damage points, it is damaged, and that's like a thing, okay? In the glossary, there's an entry for slain that you missed. Okay. So it seems to me that there is this thing here, right? Each time, when something is slain, you reset the damage points, but that's part of allocating damage, so I think that's different. Mortal damage, attack modifiers. Remind me to go to the slain section. Is there rain on a tin roof going on or something? Ooh, I hope not. What are we trying to determine? There was a question about if a model in a unit is slain. Somebody from chat said that there was some sentence somewhere that causes, like, damage on the unit to go away. And I didn't think that was the case, and so I'm trying to find whether that's true or not. I don't think it is. I think it works how you would imagine it works. Oh, could it be this? Could it be this mouse that I'm using a scroll wheel on? And is that the noise that you're hearing? If so, I'm just going to get a new mouse. Because I can't stop that from happening. Like, it made sense in previous editions where you put damage on a particular guy. But now that it's on the unit... Alright, well, let's look at that glossary thing that they talk about. Slain, right? In the S section. Model in the unit is slain each time the number of damage points allocated to the unit equals its health. Each time model is slain, the number of damage points allocated to the unit resets to 0 if there are still damage points in the damage pool. Keep allocating them and removing slain models until there are no damage points left. Yeah, okay. This is a summary of the actual rule that we just read, but that actual rule is talking about specifically how to allocate damage. So this takes effect, in my opinion, only while you are allocating damage, because that's what the rule is. It doesn't mean that anytime anything is slain, you remove all the damage. It's just how you resolve damage allocation. So the damage would remain. It maybe seems like it might not due to this glossary thing, but the glossary thing is like basically a summary, and you gotta look at the real rule for it. So that's how I would rule it. Damage stays on. Alright, we check the tapes. You just want to be sure. Sometimes everyone has just skimmed something, and it's good to be sure, right? Where does it say when to reset health then? Within the damage allocation that we read before that. 18.2. The thing we read before reading that here. I think it's 18.2, right? Yeah, 18.2. 18.2, my dude. All right. That's within this paragraph here. So allocating damage. After resolving the effect of any ability that inflicts damage, you must allocate it. When allocating it, do all this stuff, right? And one of the stuff that you do is the number of damage points allocated to the unit is reset to 0. That's one of the things you do, but you only do that when you're allocating damage points to a unit, right? If you're slaying something outright some other time, you don't do that because that's only part of this effect here, right? Sounds like I was playing a Gura every time he scrolls. Really? It's that loud? Alright, I'm gonna have to find a new one then. Apologies. Hey, new mic, it's picking up a lot of extra stuff. I gotta figure it out. You saw someone argue this, not even saying I agree. Yeah, I don't think this is adversarial. I actually wanted to know whether it was the case. You know? I don't have a horse in the race. I just want to know what the fact of the matter is. But to be sure, that person is dead wrong. No offense, but super wrong. Anyway, moving on. .3 says, how many times will I close this? Yeah, we read this before. Notice how slain models. Commander of a unit must pick which models are slain. However, after each slain model is removed, the unit must be in a single current group. If it's not possible, it just talks about currency. Any more credence? Any other last minute? No, I'm kidding. Iridan the Witness. The only thing he will be witnessing is the inside of a shelf. He looks terrible to me, which is too bad because it's awesome looking, cool looking model. But he has the curse of a cool looking model whose rules are bad. Army Renown, heroes of the first forged. So this is a special Army of Renown. When you pick the Stormcast Eternals faction, you can choose for it to be a Heroes of the First Forged Army of Renown. If you do so, use the faction rules on these pages instead of the Stormcast Eternals faction rules. Every unit in your army must be drawn from the units listed in the roster options box opposite to the right, stage left. All units in your army gain the first forged keyword, alright? So we can have a Lord Commander Bastion Carthalos, nice. Must be included and must be the general, oh shit. Celestin Prime, Hammer of Sigmar. Both Dragons, Yndrasta, Warrior Chamber Heroes. Just all Warrior Chamber Heroes. Got it. Praetors, Annihilators, Annihilators with Meteoric Grand Hammers. You cannot include Regiments of Renown. Okay, I'm gonna... Perhaps the deep lore contradicts my surface level take here. But if you are the first forged, why do you have Annihilators? Annihilators happened way later, right? How can you be an Annihilator that was first forged? I suppose you could just get into the armor. It's not like they're... You know, it's not like you're a different type of Stormcast. You have new armor. Alright, I've talked myself into it. You simply don the Annihilator armor. It happens to be new armor. But you can be a first forged old guy and just wear Annihilator armor. Alright. I talked myself into it. And just suit up. Yeah. Alright, and I no longer have a problem with it. Him and Abraxia are the same for real. Abraxia is way better than that guy. I've even seen people play Abraxia. Because she's actually cool. She's just like pretty, she's just expensive. I think she's cool. She's very expensive and requires you to play a lot of expensive units, but she has like a cool trick, and you could maybe do a pet unit thing with her, perhaps. With him, I don't see a reason to take him. It's not that he's like kind of cool, but it's just like there's nothing there, I don't think. You think Bastion and the boys just suit up? That's funny. Here's your list. Bastion, Primetime, Crazy, his brother, Yndrasta, and the minimum required battle line. You like the party. There was an archetype of Age of Sigmar goer. And in the next video I do about it, I'm going to officially codify it, alright? You're not spamming. You're not memeing. Like, those are different. Maybe a little farther down the line. But you like to party. And that's like the guy playing... It's like the dude playing 6 Bulgors. It's like the guy playing Abraxia and only Vanguard. It's the Soulblight Gravelords player with 20 Blood Knights. You're not actually playing a bad army. It's just not ideal in a funny and kind of badass way. You know? You just like the party. You're picking Yoshimitsu, you know? There are better choices, but it's not a bad choice. You just like the party. Abraxia is good right now, just has to compete with Be'lakor, who's arguably the best centerpiece in the game. I think both of those things are right. Although I do think she's a bit... I think she's a bit expensive. But it almost doesn't matter what she costs if she has to compete with Be'lakor if you're only talking about optimal, right? Because Be'lakor is nuts. Isn't that female Stormcast armor? Who? Where? For this? You know, it's hard to tell that there's just covering all over it. Wait, is this the... One of the new heroes they came out with? They took great pains to say they every time. Is that Irladan? This might be the one, I think. Irladan is non-binary. Okay, alright. I knew it was one of the new ones. It was this one. Well, then maybe it is, like, it could be any type of armor, really. Whatever they like. Hey, sorry you had to get bad rules. traits, Selston Realm. If there are more friendly Stormcast Eternal units on the battlefield than there are set up in reserve, you can pick a friendly one that has not been deployed and set it up in reserve, right? Get the half armor deep strike, or half army deep strike, I mean. Your moving phase, Signs of the Storm. Pick a friendly Stormcast Eternals unit that is in the Celestial Realm. Set it up. Punch through. Oh, an Iron Jaws ability. Once per turn army, your charge phase. Pick friendly infantry. Has to be infantry, huh? So like, well, I guess that just, it's not like you have cavalry options, right? It's just heroes and annihilators and praetors and stuff. That's funny. No, you got warrior chamber, well, heroes. Let's see, yeah. Pick a friendly infantry unit in combat that has not charged. The unit can immediately charge and can move through. Oh, you get Night Haunt ability. Oh no. How many charge bonuses do you get anything from this besides it being a really, really good like repositioning thing? It's your turn though. It's not like it happens in the opponent's turn. It does happen in yours. You have to already be in combat. Couldn't have charged this turn. It's not like you have impact hits. Wait, maybe Annihilators do have impact hits now that I think about it. This shit's sick. Annihilators get strike first on an 8 up. So you just roll to see if you have a 5 up. That's funny. I like it. It's probably an ability that shouldn't exist. But it's cool. You know, what are you going to do? Once per turn army, your moving phase, summon the storm. Pick a friendly Bastion Carthalos among the many Bastion Carthalos. Oh, Minnesota Local 159 Bastion Carthaloses. Oh, yes. I'll take that one. He's on the battlefield and was not set up this turn. And then pick a friendly Stormcast Eternal unit that is in the Celestial Realm, and he can deep strike him right to him. Only within 6, more than 3 from enemy units. If the target is a unit of Annihilators or Annihilators with Meteoric Grand Hammers for the rest of the turn, the target counts as having used Signs of the Storm for the purposes of Blazing Impact. Cool, I was hoping they would write something like that. If he's in combat, he can still do this as long as they're outside of 3, which maybe they could set up. Probably not, but it's mathematically possible at least. Well, I will say one thing. This is like the Giga Chad Army of Renown, isn't it? Bastion Carthalos, Selston Prime, both dragons, Yndrasta who looks cool, and then just Annihilators with Grand Slammers. And your shit is charge in combat and really close deep strike. That's funny. Like, this is a funny army, right? I like where your head's at. You've detected a certain type of Stormcast player, and you're like, yo, check this shit out. Yeah, it's Warrior Chamber Heroes, which I can't remember who that is, but yeah, Gardas is in there as well. This happens in the movement phase, so you can run Bastion Carthalos. You can run Bastion Carthalos and then drop like Gardas and a bunch of Annihilators outside of 3 and then charge. Am I reading this right? Set up the unit wholly within 6 of a friendly Bastion and more than 3 from enemy. Yeah, you can call down the satellite laser and place guys 3.1 and just blast in. That's funny. I mean, he's slow as fuck for sure, but like that's cool. And he does have he's got that pre-made or pre-game electric slide. This is cool. This is a cool Army of Renown. I think it captures like a certain type of Stormcast player. Both this one and Lord Veritant are wearing female Stormcast chest armor and have female dimensions in their armor, slim and visibly smaller armor. Like with the new Liberators. Okay. I gotta train myself. I'm so used to saying dudes. Really for both. Just because that's like, that's the Warhammer thing, you know, my dudes. And then you point at a bunch of Daughters of Cain, right? I'm so used to doing that. I wonder if it's harmless. It feels harmless. Well, regardless. I suppose they went really out of their way to type them all those times. I think it'll depend on whether I remember or not. Heroic trait. Vagan of Bellicose. Who? Add one attack characteristic of this unit's melee weapons, as well as wholly within 6 of a friendly bastion. I love the way they have to write this because of the nature of the rules. You know, because they got to use keywords. Wholly within 6 inches of a friendly bastion Carthalos. One of the many, you know. There are many bastion Carthalos. This one is mine. Artifact power. Shield of Skjordamar. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. 4-up ward rolls cannot be made for the target for the rest of the battle. You could... Hold up. You could actually do something with this, right? Maybe. It's kind of like a Rube Goldberg sort of wombo combo, but because Summon the Storm gets you so close... You just set up one, right? Yeah, okay, so it's just one. But you could Signs of the Storm as well. I'm thinking like, you drop down the hero with this thing and he charges in and then all your Annihilators get to ignore their wards, but it's only on a 4-up, yeah. And I don't think there's anybody good that you want to play with to put an artifact on anyway. Yeah, these are like bad. That's fine. Just clarify that you were born in the 90s and Surfer Talk was the norm. I wasn't born in the 90s. I was born in the 80s. I was born in the early 80s. It was basically the same argument, I guess. I am remarkably well adjusted for how old I am. Your hero phase 7 spell lore. Wreathed in the Storm. Big friendly First Forged Wizrad. Holy 12 for the rest of the turn. Each time you make an unmodified save roll. 6. Oh, it kicks back Immortal. That sucks. Alright, yeah. Your unlimited spell is Garbo. Storm's Wrath. Pick a friendly First Forged Wizard, cast it, pick up to 3 visible enemy units within 9. That is really, really short range. Holy. D3 mortal damage on each target. Yeah, alright. So your spell lore is Garbo. But what about your prayer lore? Speed of the Righteous. 4. Firstborn Priest. Pick a visible friendly Stormcast on 12. Add 2 to the move a characteristic target for the rest of the turn. Good. Super rando, obviously. Flip a coin for +2 movement, but I'll take almost any movement I can get in a Stormcast army. Good unlimiter. If it was 6 up, oh, that's actually kind of easy. You can pick another eligible unit. Alright. Speed of the Righteous is alright. That's alright. It's your only prayer, but that's alright. Manifestation lore. You get the Everblaze Comet? Of course you get the Everblaze Comet. Dude, you're only playing the Giga Chad heroes and the huge dude like Annihilators. You're only playing that. So of course you have access to Everblaze Comet. It's just like, what's the coolest thing? That's great. That's great for you. Very hard to cast. for a Stormcast army. But alright, cool. Spell lore trash, prayer pretty good, heroic trait and artifact real bad. Roster options hilarious. Power through very nice, but I need to see what it works with. It's just good though. And Summon the Storm is good, like hammered down blaster potential. Kind of nice. Bebo Company thanks a big prime for 30 months. Appreciate it. All right, it's a funny one, that's for sure. Oh, what's this? There's more. Checking the tapes. Okay, this one's Ruination. This one is Heroes of the First. I believe this is Heroes of the First Forge. And then this one is Ruination, yeah, because it's all keyworded. All right. We skipped something, but that's fine. Corvin Lorad. If this unit has the Ruination Chamber ability, it can use that ability once per turn, regardless of whether another friendly unit has used it during the same turn. Alright. Good. If this unit is infantry, it has ward 5, otherwise it has ward 6. Great. Okay, cool. Yeah. Trait and artifact. Kinda nice with it. Kinda nice with it. Per lore. More does. More does embrace. 5. Big friendly Ruination Brotherhood Priest. Visible enemy 18. 18 is a decent range. Roll die if the roll exceeds the target's health characteristic, one model is slain. If the chanting roll was 10 up, roll duty 6 instead. Oh shit. Okay. Let me be the... I was about to say let me be the first to say, but let me be the 10 millionth person to say that if you succeed at this roll here, right? This is the prayer roll. If you succeed at the prayer roll, the ability should fucking work, because that's what a prayer roll is. It should be not possible to succeed at a prayer and then have to roll some other fucking die so that a successful prayer is not successful actually, and then you lose all your prayer points. That's bullshit. I don't like that. Now, it's very funny that if you juice it up to 10, you roll 2d6 and can potentially kill some stupendously high wound thing, right? Like, that's funny. I just, as a principle, I don't like the succeed at a prayer and then it does nothing and then you lose all your juice. I don't like that. Murderous fuck on a 4. Big visible enemy within 12, kind of short range. Roll die for each model in the target unit. On a 5 up, 1 mortal. If the chanting roll is 10, okay, so big old horde breaker, got it. Short range horde breaker, but okay. Raven's Flight. Visible friendly within 12. Add 2 to the move. Oh, okay, and then you get that thing. So, like, you both get a prayer that gives you +2 move. It's just that this one lets 2 guys go if you juice it. And this one lets you run and charge if you juice it. So it's kind of like the Beast Claw one, except, you know, a little better. Well, a little better, a little worse, kind of depends. Vladracula. You just got into AoS after years away from the hobby. Started with a Scaventide box. However, you want to know who is the, I guess, Relictor, because of the skull mass riding a dragon. Is he good, and can I build an army or list around it? That would be Ionis Cryptborn. And he's okay. Like, power level wise, if you're optimizing a tournament list, I would probably never play him. If you're trying to just compete, I think he's a pet unit. So there it is. If you're talking about a dude who has cool abilities actually on the table and you can find a use for and looks completely awesome, then yeah. Fill the rest of your army up with the hot shit and it'll be fine. It's like my official advice. And also, like, if you're just getting into the game, by the time you buy everything and paint everything, it might be 2 seasons different, and also like points changed, possibly a rule changed, sort of, who knows. It tends to take people a while to ramp up to stuff, right? So everything's kind of a snapshot, right? Competitive wise, who would you recommend? Right exactly now, I'm not a Stormcast player, but as funny as it is, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, right exactly now, you got Stormcast unironically playing the gigantic dragon with a deep striking squad of bodyguards. Crazy the Scarred from The Lion King, and kind of being a distraction Carnifex with it, except it's not a distraction Carnifex. That's the distraction. You think it's a distraction Carnifex, but actually, it's just a fuck machine and it kills everything. But you have to here, I'll give you the, in general, the Stormcast advice, right? Stormcast Eternals is a shooting army. It's not billed as such. It's not advertised as such. And the way they write all the rules and stuff, you wouldn't think that they even intend it to be. But Stormcast Eternals is a shooting army where all of your guys are pretty expensive and you're like nickel and diming your way down to 2,000 points. Usually. This one's an outliner. It turns out there's this huge dragon that's hilarious and actually good right now, but they still play long strikes. So, yeah. You're a shooting army where all of your armor is great. You can just land and shoot somewhere, and then you have a bunch of like stuff with good armor saves that stands in front of it. And you're elite, and outnumbered, but your shit's cool. Typically they're like, alright. But I think I don't know, they look cool. I'm not a Stormcast player again, and who knows if that list is going to survive, but I found it funny that that's like the good list right now. Is a bunch of long strikes, and then the biggest, most expensive dragon in the entire book with a deep striking bodyguard. Which is hilarious. You're still going with Ionis because you love chaplains and 40k? Yeah, don't let me stop you. I'm just preparing you for it, that's all. This is not telling you not to do it. I believe in informed consent. The last army I took to Dragonfall a few days ago was 5 Frostlords on Stonehorn and 4 Mournfang. No wizards, no endless spells, no terrain feature. The army was like literally bad, but I was trying to party and I didn't care. And I'm like, if I win 2 games, I'll feel lucky. But I'm here to drive stupid-ass monster trucks around and have a blast. And I did. And I won 2 games because I got lucky. It's all about what you care about. And in some games I care about being competitive, and in AoS I just don't. Anyway, there it is. I do have, let's see. I think the Army of Renown is sweet. I actually don't know how good it is, but the roster options are hilarious. It's definitely targeting a particular person. Charging when you're already in combat is sick. You have the armor saves to possibly still be in combat by the time it gets back to your turn. And the Bastion Carthalos point blank range nuclear deep strike is hilarious. I don't know if people will do it or not. But it's funny. You love the Bastion AOR, but the new person ones sucks. Yeah. I mean, at least it's the oh, wait. Book. Yeah, that's the cool thing about AOS Vladracula is if something is like almost really cool, but you're like, damn, I wish this one thing was different. Just change it, you know? We kit bash our stuff, we do head swaps, we have weapon swaps, we use green stuff, you paint it differently, you get to make your thing, you get to fix the biggest problem with something usually. I think that's kind of nice. It's kind of neat. Right. Anyway. I saw some messages before, but we were going through AOS. And so I was trying to stay on topic. Topic shift. Magic. Right after this.
Introducing the best news for ice cream lovers since ice cream began. New Simple Pleasures. It's everything you love about ice cream, but no point. New Simple Pleasures is unbelievably rich, incredibly creamy, and absolutely top. Oh yeah. Because New Simple Pleasures is made with all natural pure athlete, yeah. Instead of point. New delicious all natural Simple Pleasures. There's never been an ice cream like it.
There's never been an ice cream like it. We gotta have the snow walk for this one. Oh damn, the drama roundup. No, I'm not a drama streamer. I'm just not. I type stuff on Twitter sometimes, but I'm not a drama streamer, really. I'll give you the fastest, most neutral. I'll give you the quickest, most neutral rundown that avoids almost all of the drama, because it's sort of not worth mentioning. It's like it happened, you know? What are you gonna grind it into the ground? Nah, right? Very recently, Commander Rules Council banned 4 cards, 2 of which were obvious, and everyone kind of saw coming. 2 of which were very contentious. Half of the community was really not pleased with these bans. Half of the community was very pleased by the bans. Chaos ensued. The Rules Council got some death threats over it. And there are 2 types of death threats in general. There's the run-of-the-mill, you're a content creator death threat, which is somebody sends you a message on Twitter, and it's very mean. And they're like kind of a scum person for doing it. It's mean. They type KYS, right? Whatever. And then there's the type of death threat that is like actionable, like real, as in they call your home phone and they give you the address where your wife works and where your kids go to school. They got that kind of death threat. A few of them. And so they're like, fuck this. We are volunteers. Nope. Just nope. And so they handed it to Wizards of the Coast, and for the first time, and well, it won't change ever again, Commander is no longer a community format, a community run format. It is now the company runs it. We've lost something important with that transition. And it's just a shame all around. And I don't think the Rules Council made the right decision with the bans. I think the cards they banned were a mistake. And they did it in a bad way. Right? But I don't care that much. Like, holy shit. I'm a hermit in real life who goes outside once a week at most, if I can help it. And I touch more grass than the people who did that. So, well, hey, they ruined it for everyone. And that's it. That's basically the last that the Rules Council needs to be mentioned, really, because that's it. It's over. It's in Wizards of the Coast's hands, which is a bad thing. It's not... It has the potential to be ruinous, but it's not ruinous. It's just like, yep, that sucks. JLK had a great reaction to the transfer and the decision for the bans. He did, yeah. He was on Commander something. I don't watch his stuff normally, but I clicked on it on YouTube. And it was him and somebody else. A few people on either they weren't on the council, but they were on a advisory board. And they had a great, honest, truthful, just a good video about it. And, well, now that I'm not going to get into that whole thing because that's just drama. But anyway, it was a great vid. He has since released a 46-minute weird, cringy, therapy session tulpa thing about the responsibility of content creators, profusely apologizing for making that good video that didn't seem very harmful to be. But he's very apologetic about that video, which is weird. But all right, yeah, that's neither here nor there. Who got threatened? Olivia and at least a few other people on the main council. By just, like, terrible people who really did ruin it for everyone with their actions. The retraction video was, like, cursed. I couldn't sit through it. Really weird, but I don't want to get into it too much. But yeah, I agree. Super weird. But yeah, all right. Yeah, Reddit and Twitter people were furious about that milquetoast normal ass video. But there's a brand of Magic person that is like that. Anyhow, that's neither here nor there. Because they don't run that anymore. So that's it. We look forward. All we can say is the bad people, the RC made a bad decision, and then really bad people ruined it for everyone. And now this is happening. That sucks. Don't do that. Alright, that's it. And now we look forward and have fun, because that's what the game is about. Yeah, you're right, Latino Hot. And I should point this out. All of the RC got hate, but Olivia got the worst of it. Because she's a woman, and you can imagine the type of person who issues death threats over cards. And this isn't like, I'm not trying to paint this as everyone who disagrees with me is an incel, right? I'm not Twitter or Reddit, who really are pushing that narrative, which is a brainless ass narrative. But it actually is incels, because they targeted Olivia the most, and she was the one on the council who got outvoted. She said it was a bad decision. She was right. So where's your DEI is bad now, incels? She was right. Alright, anyway. Well, now you got me. Now I had to go. I guess I ended up talking about all the drama anyway. Good comments. So, now that I just told everyone that a dog got hit by a car in the parking lot, how about some comedy stylings? WotC released what they're going to do, what the plan is for Commander moving forward, and they said that they will show the whole thing before, what is it, GP Las Vegas. You know, so we'll know in like, what, 2 weeks? We'll know in 2 weeks. But leading up to it, what they said was they're not going to ban any new cards. I believe they explicitly said that. But they are going to reassess the entire ban list. So, anything's on the table. Also, they came out with a tier system, alright? You've heard of Rule 0, you know, and you've heard of soft bans, like what's the power level of your deck, right? 1 through 10. Everybody's a 7 meme, right? The meme of everyone's a 7. And what they're doing, they're like, we're gonna have 4 tiers, right? Tier 1, 2, 3, 4. And as the numbers ascend, the power level of the deck ascends, and this is WotC's plan. CEDH is not part of this tier, so it's not like tier 4 is CEDH. CEDH is, first of all, not officially supported. And secondly, they don't need tiers. They don't need to talk about anything before the game, because CEDH has no problem whatsoever with pub stompers or, ooh, you said your deck was a 7, but it's actually an 8, or there's none of that. Giving them a tier would be solving a problem that doesn't exist. You say, I have a CEDH deck. Oh, you want to play CEDH? Yeah, alright, there you go. You use the ban list and you play the most powerful thing you can. That's it. Simple. Never had a problem with it. Everyone's definition of casual is different, everyone's definition of fun is different. That's where all the complications lie. So, tier 4 is like high power commander, what you might consider an 8 or something in the previous system. And then there's 3, 2, and 1. 1 is, I think they said pre-con. 2 is altered or tuned pre-con or something like that. 3 is a tuned deck, and then a tier 4 is a high-powered deck. So I don't know, I'm sure somebody else has made this joke because it's so obvious, but I would define the tiers thusly. Tier 1 is pre-con, aka just as Wizards of the Coast marketing team intended. Tier 2 is just as Sheldon Menery intended. Tier 3 is just as Mark Rosewater intended, and Tier 4 is just as Richard Garfield intended. And there you have it, right? Where will I play? Tier 4 for sure. I like high-powered commander. I want to play with legacy cards, but not CEDH, just crazy powerful cards doing stupid things. I want to play a deck filled with the mistakes of the past and the most powerful enablers ever doing stupid crap, but certainly not CEDH, right? So that's the kind of commander that I like to play. In the old system, it would be power level 8 or something. Current one, probably 4. A lot of people don't like that. A lot of people do like that. And so moving forward, I'll be like, we're at tier 4 over here, right? Now, they also mentioned, and this is like a beta test. Nothing's set in stone. They were just like, we're letting you in on our thought process as we hammer this down, right? And so fair enough. And they're like, if you we'll put some cards in the different tiers, and these cards will kind of represent the type of power we're talking about. So like tier 4 has, what was tier 4? Armageddon and Vampiric Tutor. Tier 3 had, what was tier 3? Mystical Tutor, I think, and, no, tier 3 was it Personal Tutor or something? I don't know, but, you know. Tier 1 had Swords to Plowshares, which is funny because it's a crazy powerful card, but Commander doesn't really go by power level, it more goes by play pattern and stuff like that. It makes this whole thing a lot more complicated than I'm sure they want it to be, but there it is. They also mentioned that Soul Ring is still immune, straight up immune. Soul Ring is tier 0. It goes in every deck, you can just play with it. Everybody gets a Soul Ring. Very recently, you can't have 2, but you can have 1. And so since Wizards is revisiting the ban list, we can have some fun, ooh, what are they gonna do? Let's think about it. Hopium. Would they do this? I don't know. I think it'd be fun to talk about and think about. What do I expect them to do? Very little, probably nothing. Don't rock the boat. It was just a time of a lot of, kind of had like a cataclysm, and so what do you want? You want consumer confidence, all that stuff, right? But that's boring. I want to talk about what they could do to shake things up and what they have the potential to do, or the power to do, probably just this once. In the transition period, they have the most freedom to kind of do whatever they want. So, wrong slide. All right, there we go. Wrong slide, please. All right. What could they do with this ban list? And if you note, I put the most recent 4 right on there. All right. What could they do? What's okay? What's okay to come off? What's hard banned? No shot, but they could do it? Maybe. Like, it's possible. But no. They really might do it, but they shouldn't. They really should, but they won't. I could maybe see them doing this, and then free goodwill. You are buying goodwill from the community for free. Just easy, simple, and clean. Here you go, kid. Play with your terrible card, right? That happens to be on the ban list for some reason. And here we are. These are the tiers I've devised. Go ahead and type away. I would like to have this be kind of more of a discussion, even though you're text and I'm speech, right? I feel like all this level stuff is to help people who can't handle getting their feelings hurt by losing. Yes. But what I think, one of the things I think it might help to do is give some people self-awareness about the type of decks that they build. Like, they put out this tier thing, and then the person looks at their deck and they're like, damn, this is a tier 1 deck, except it has exactly 4 tier 4 cards in it, right? And maybe it'll cause them to be like, oh, okay, so what this deck does is it plays in a tier 1 zone, but then it'll randomly top deck a tier 4 card and like ruin things for people. Or people will see their pile of cards and they always thought that they were playing a power level 5 or something like that in the old system. But actually, when they really look at the cards, like, oh, turns out I was playing with more powerful stuff than I thought, right? So in that way, I think the tiers could be useful. The bad version of, or the bad outcome of the tiers is that it's just a different sort of rule 0 that everyone is too socially awkward to figure out. And my deck is a power level 7 just translates to my deck is a tier 3, or something, and that's everyone just says they're tier 3 and we're back to the same problem, you know, so we'll see. Shall we get this out of the way? I'm just going to get some stuff out of the way while you guys type. Hard band, right? All right. Black Lotus, Caracas, you know, no. This is easy, right? Just all the Moxen, dexterity cards. We can get these out of the way quick. Shahrazad, yeah, ain't no fucking way, right? Power 9, Power 9, Green Power 9, Green Power 9. I know that's not really what it is, but alright. Is that all the, like, guaranteed? Like, everything else is, there's a 1% chance, there's a chance in hell, right? Actually, I think Time Vault probably as well. So yeah, hard band, not even worth talking about. Won't ever do it. I think it's less likely. I think it's more likely that Black Lotus is legal than Caracas, actually. Shahrazad, Ancestral, Time Walk. Okay, these are nothing really to see here. Oh yeah, Chaos Orb is still here. Should but won't. I am a Chaos Orb enjoyer. And there's no way they'll do it because they've banned all dexterity cards. They don't want that to be a thing in the game, and I understand their reasoning. But I think it should go here, and if you cannot physically, if you have a disability, then you don't have to flip it. It's easy. If you're at a table in real life, and you have your arms don't work or something, and somebody else is holding your cards for you, and you have a Chaos Orb, it just works. It's a casual format. It's just a Vindicate then. Easy. There's my one funny hot take. All these others have, like, potentially a chance, but not really, right? I think. Maybe Lutri is still hard. Alright, let me catch up on some of this chat. Gavin made a point of keeping it an even number of tiers so no one can call their decks a 7. Yeah, but 7 out of 10 is the same as 3 out of 4, basically, right? Alright, we'll go in order. Tolarian Academy. This is Gaia's Cradle, except significantly stronger and better. It's Sarah's Sanctum, except significantly. I think it's actually more than no shot. I think it lives in hard band. Even Wizards of the Coast revisiting the ban list, I don't think they'll even look at Tolarian Academy. It just sits in hard band. I don't think it's as good as any of these other cards. Well, maybe this. Well, why don't we go in order, shall we? Balance. No shot. But I don't know how powerful they want... I don't know how powerful and toxic they want tier 4 to be. They put Vampiric Tutor and Armageddon in tier 4. I've played 93-94 old school. I've played against Balance many times. I've played Balance many times. Really, it depends on how nuts they want tier 4 to be. I don't think they'll do it. But it's possible they could do it. No shot, or might but shouldn't. You'd edge it towards no shot. Yeah, I think it's like, to me, I'd put it right here. It's got the top part of his crown in hard band, but it's got a lot of his body in no shot. Yawgmoth's Bargain. Aaron Forsyth knows how that card works, yeah. Question is, who but one person wants balance unbanned? I mean, that's like the question of braids, right? Braids probably shouldn't be on the ban list, but no one cares. And the 3 people who do are weirdos. I'm kidding. They just want to put braids in the 99. That's what they want to do, and that's fine. Yugmost Bargain. This card is worse than Grizzlebrand. Like, these 2 cards are the same thing, right? Yugmost Bargain costs 6. And when you resolve it, you draw your deck and win the game. So you tap 6 mana and you draw 30 cards and win. With Grizzlebrand, I mean, technically he has a mana cost, but you're not going to cast him. You're cheating him out. And it's easier to cheat creatures out than it is to cheat enchantments out, which is why Grizzlebrand is better than Yugmost Bargain, because it's easier to cheat him out. And you play him, and it's a 40 life format, and you draw infinite cards and you win. And these are both just like, I think, no shot. They're both kind of the same thing. It's, you know, when I think about it, do you think it's more likely, now both of these won't happen, is it more likely that Grizzlebrand gets unbanned than Yugmost Bargain, even though I think he's better? I don't have any justification for that. I'm just thinking out loud. Can you read what the cards do? Oh, yeah, sure. Right now. Sure. Yugmost Bargain. Costs 6, and it's an enchantment. Skip your draw step. Pay 1 life, draw a card. You can do this as many times as you want. It's a 40 life format. You pay 6 mana, and then you, whatever, pay 20, draw 20. You simply just draw. You draw your whole deck and win off of 1 card. And Grizzlebrand is essentially the same thing, except he's a creature. And so he's a 7/7 for 8. Flying lifelink. Pay 7 life, draw 7 cards. And you start with 40 in this format, and it's just too easy to draw 21 and simply win. And it's really easy to cheat creatures into play as well. Which is interesting, because in Legacy, the Reanimator decks are playing with, like, Atraxa and stuff. Grizzlebrand doesn't even appear in the deck lists anymore, yet Atraxa is legal in Commander, and Grizzlebrand isn't. Also, that's correct. They're right to have it be that way. So, I don't know, figure that one out. Oh yeah, KN was too slow. Also, there's a chat delay, don't worry about it. I'm sure you typed it at the proper time. Yeah, Archon of Cruelty, specifically because Archon of Cruelty is not a legend, and so you're not going to Karakas it or something. That card was very nice for Reanimator to get. Biorhythm, it's free, right? It's simply free. The card is actually bad. There's a creature version of it that is better, that is legal. This thing costs 8. It's a sorcery. Each player's life total becomes the number of creatures they control. So, if no one has any creatures, you cast Biorhythm, everyone dies. If no one has creatures and you have 1, you cast Biorhythm, you win. If everybody has a few creatures, you cast Biorhythm, and now everybody's life total is really low and you can kill them. I don't see what the problem with that is. In fact, I think this card bears special mention, because this is the only card that I disagree with Sheldon about being on here. This is a commander card. This is an 8 mana sorcery that isn't good and does a huge splashy effect that doesn't win you the game unless you have a board state, and does the same thing as a 3 mana card that's better. What's a more commander card than that? And it can cause ties, which is funny. I think this is like a fun, this is an old school, like an EDH mindset kind of card, like some big stupid sorcery that like kind of doesn't win, but it does something weird and splashy. I think this is like a Timmy card. So it's free. It's free to come off. It will be played by no one. If you have more creatures than your opponents do, you can pay 4 to triumph of the hordes and win the game. You don't have to pay 8 to maybe, you know, you can, if you want to pay 8, you can play a Craterhoof or something. Wrath into Bio is probably what they hate. Then now we're on 12. We're on 12 mana Wrath of God. No one Teferis in response. Nobody, I guess if you Teferi in response, you die. Are phased out creatures counted? Yo, Teferis, get them? Well, no. Life total becoming a number is actually changing, so Teferi would save you from that as well. Yeah. It's fine. Gets unbanned by them. White border shoots up $80, sees 0 play. Yeah. Well, it'd probably be like the 7th edition foil of it or something like that. But yeah. Sidebar opinion on Wizards printing cards directly for Commander. I don't like it. But it was inevitable and there's no way to ever stop it. And so you just have to come to terms with it. I don't like them doing that. It caused Commander to become different. I feel that there's 2 Commanders. The first Commander was called Elder Dragon Highlander, and it was EDH. And the whole point of EDH was to breathe new life into bulk $1 mythic rares from 6 years ago that you can't play in anything because they're all too expensive and dumb. And so you play a slow format that's casual to play a bunch of dollar rares from Original Dissension, you know. And 2, to play a format that wasn't intended. You're playing these cards and these decks in a way that was not intended. And that's fun. And then as soon as Wizards started printing cards for Commander, it became a different game. And now it's called Commander, right? This is Commander 2. You're no longer playing with bulk rares from Standard 7 years ago. And you're no longer playing cards in a way that they weren't intended. You're just playing another format with staples and auto-includes and everything else. And the only old, forgotten, random-ass bulk rares you play with are the ones that happen to be good in the format that are mistakes of the past and now they're $40 or $100 or whatever. I like new Commander. I have plenty of fun playing Commander. I like it a lot. But we did lose something in the transition. Now, I think they might step back a little bit because of they're like, Nadu was too much, we're going to stop doing this a little bit, but they're never going to totally stop doing it. It's just different now. I liked it before, I like it now, it's different. You started playing Magic when in the dark? Me too. My first pack of Magic cards had an Uncle East van and a ghost ship. Hell yeah, brother. And you knew a guy that played Shahrazad, yeah. And he thought it was funny. I knew a guy who played Shahrazad. The last time I played against Shahrazad was a no Banlist tournament in 2002. And somebody brought... It was a no Banlist tournament. He brought Shahrazad and Isochron Scepter. And that was the goal. It was to put Shahrazad on an Isochron Scepter. Otherwise, it was a burn deck. Like, it was red-white burn. Because the optimal play pattern when you're playing against the Shahrazad is to concede the subgame and just take 10 damage. Otherwise, you'll never finish the match. And so actually the optimal play, if someone casts Shahrazad, is to immediately concede the subgame and pretend the card costs 2 and does 10 damage, right? That's that. And like he knew that. He knew that that's the correct way to play against it. Otherwise you'll get bogged down in subgames forever. And so he just made a burn deck out of it, which was funny. Shout out to the, OP Giant Shark. Let's go. That's a pretty good Lightning Helix. Not bad. The only way you can do 10 for 2, I mean, the price of progress, I guess, but it requires some special pleading. Maybe not in Commander, but... yeah, price of progress will do that, but you gotta have a setup for it. Anyway, next up, Braids. Now, I think everyone has this card backwards. I think Braids is banned because here's the history of it. So she's I'm going to be honest, I don't know her power and toughness. I know she costs 4, and the relevant text on, maybe she's a 2/2, I don't know. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, they have to sacrifice a artifact, creature, or land. So you play Braids, tell your opponent to go, they have to sacrifice probably a land. They might not have an artifact or a creature, right? And then this just keeps happening forever until people run out of stuff or you are forced to sacrifice your own Braids. This is known as a stacks piece, and it's called stacks because of the card Smokestacks, which does Braids effect, essentially. Long story short. There was an artifact called Smokestacks for 4. You put counters on it and stuff, but that's neither here nor there. It causes somebody, every time you take a turn, you have to sacrifice something. And if you play it early enough, then you can never have anything, right? And she was banned as a commander, because they didn't want people to go turn 1 swamp, turn 2 swamp, dark ritual, Braids, go, and then everyone sacrifices one of their 2 lands. And then you play, I don't know, something into Bitter Blossom, and now they... yeah, Smallpox, Bitter Blossom, whatever. And then the opponents have to sacrifice their final land, and you have a Braids, and no one else has any permanents and can't play any, and you win. Like, it's a miserable way to lose, right? But I don't think that's... so she was banned as a commander for that reason. And then they got rid of banned as commander, so that there's only a ban list. That's it. And she just sort of migrated over to being banned. Should she be banned? Probably not. I don't think anyone's going to play her as a commander. Because you reveal her as a commander, and any group that would have a problem with that is going to tell you, please play something else. And so there's no problem. And any group powerful enough to deal with Braids as a commander makes the Braids commander deck terrible. Because you go land Dark Ritual Braids and then someone just kills it or counters it, and now she costs 6 and your game is over. Against tier 4 decks, right? So Braids as a commander sits in the uncomfortable place of casuals are unwilling to play against her, and power level 4 commander players will simply mono drain her or swords her or just do whatever. And now she's too expensive, and it's like you didn't even pick a commander in the first place. Like, just play Turgrid or something and Deathcloud people. And so how are people going to play her? They're going to put her in the 99 of all sorts of black decks, I think. I think she belongs in a lot of black decks in the 99, and she would be played and goes there. She's way better than Smokestacks in those decks because creatures are so recurable. I'm not going to say she's going to be a staple or anything, but I could see a lot of people playing Braids, and any deck with black is just, oh, here's my Shield Dread, and here's my Braids, and on my upkeep I sack Braids to herself, and, you know, I bring her back, or sack her to my other sack outlet, and then reanimate her, and, you know, like, I could see Braids being played in a lot of 99s. But that's fine, right? Because we have a tier system now. So just put her in tier 4 and let those people deal with her, right? That's kind of why I like the tier system, is that you can You can get rid of a lot of the ban list by just pointing at the sign on the school bus. Maybe. Maybe. I'm gonna put her in maybe. I think she could be unbanned and just thrown into the tier 4 zone. And then people play her in the 99 of various black decks and she's like pretty good, and then there you go. Ahem. Oh, I should have muted again. Pardon me. There's this assumption everyone else has deck number 2 at the same power level. A lot of people don't. Yeah. Yeah. Which is why it's so important to get it right. And to know what you're getting into when you choose a commander. Like, Billy, who doesn't know anything about anything, thinks Braids is cool and makes a Braids commander. And then everyone's like, I don't want to play against it. Damn, that sucks, right? But he'll figure it out. That's why we're making tiers. That's why we had Rule 0. That's why we had Salt scores. That's why she's been banned in Commander. They'll figure it out. Next up, Coalition Victory. Do I put this in free goodwill? Or do I put it in maybe? I think free goodwill. Like, I'm going to be perfectly honest. People act like they won't play this or that it's bad. I think a lot of people will play this because it's like, it's a living meme. If this gets unbanned, you put it in all your 5-color decks because it's fucking funny. It's eminently answerable. While it's on the stack, you can counter it. While it's on the stack, if you're not playing a deck that has counter spells, you can Swords to Plowshares their 5-color commander, and then the card doesn't do anything when it resolves. Right? You can Tectonic Edge one of their lands, perhaps, right? And they might no longer have all 5 colors, maybe. There's a lot of stuff you can do. It's a 6 to 7 mana spell and it's fine. I think it's 8. I wanna say it's all 5 colors plus 3. It might be all 5 colors plus 2. Anyway, it's fine. Sometimes people will win by just casting it. But they're not just casting it. They have 1 land of every type, and they have a creature of every color. And any instant speed removal blanks it, any counter blanks it, and some land destruction even blanks it. And if you don't have any instant speed removal, no way to deal with creatures, no way to deal with land, and no counter spells, and you let a 5-color deck get all the way to 8 mana, I don't know, man. I guess you lose. But a sword's in there. Blood Moon, yeah, Blood Moon counters it. A lot of stuff. I think it would... Dude, this card's going to be like $50. And people are going to play it for the memes for a little while and then just sort of fade away. Free goodwill. Question, Femonk and I agree, but I have to know. There's a red-black Valgavoth, yeah, and a big black Valgavoth, yeah. They have different titles. You can play both in Commander, yes. Yeah, when they say singleton, they mean different, unique card names in English. So, the title matters. It's a different card. The only gray area is there's some like goofy Fortnite cards that technically have a different name, but then underneath it you see the real card's name printed. You can't play like both of that thing. But if they're different, if it's a different card, it's a different card. And there's also like 4 or 5 cards that explicitly say that you can play as many copies of this as you want. There's an Ooze, there's Disciples, There's some white creature who seems bad. There's red, all your opponents take 3 and some dragon shit happens. There's relentless rats, and there's a different type of rat. I'm trying to think. Persistent petitioners, yeah. In blue. So I think is that 7? Are there more of those? Those are the only ones I could think of off the top of my head. Dragon's Approach, yeah, that's what I meant with the 3 damage to each opponent and dragon shit. And Apostle, so Apostle is what I meant when I said Disciple. The 1/1 that sacks to get a demon, yeah. Well, is it demon or dragon? I can't remember. I think there are 7. There might be more. Apostle is the only cool one. True. Next up is Emrakul Daddy-O. Is this a should but won't? Or is it a no shot? Vote now on your phones. Emrakul Daddy-O. For those unaware, a 15/15 for 15 can't be countered. When you cast it, take an extra turn. Protection from spells that have at least 1 color. Annihilate 6. Kind of a big deal. Tier 4, kind of answerable, but still a good win con. Maybe? Am I selling you on it? I think the real reason that they have this banned is, first of all, the ease at which you can cheat it out early with haste. And, 40 life format, you swing at one person with Emrakul, and that person is resource and board state wise sent back to the Stone Age. They're out of the game, but they haven't lost. They're just crippled severely. And then someone deals with Emrakul and it's just gone, and 3 people are playing a normal game of Commander, and 1 person is playing a mortally wounded, I'm on turn 3, everyone else is on turn 11 game of Commander for the next hour and a half. And I think that's the main reason that they have it on here. Right. I kind of want it unbanned because I want to play with it. Because I want to cast it and get an extra turn and then return it to my hand. And I want to get infinite turns with like 20 mana or something. Mana Crypt and Jail are gone, which does help slow her down. I disagree. You don't play this as a commander. That's silly. You put it in the 99, and you tap a Serra's Sanctum 1 time, and you just hardcast it. You tap a Cabal Coffers 1 time, and you just hardcast it. You have an Omniscience, and you just hardcast it. You put a Sneak Attack out on turn 4, and then, like, ruin someone's day. And then it dies and shuffles in, and one person essentially has to watch everyone else play for the rest of the game. Yeah, or Gaia's Cradle, like, whatever. Toolbox, Mackenzie, something. Or wait, not that guy. I was thinking of something else. So yeah, like the ways that in which you can tap one thing and just play it is probably too high. But I guess I wonder how serious tier 4 is. That's my thing. How legacy is tier 4 going to be? Yeah, I forgot about Henzi too. Thief the Thief. I think it's to be perfectly honest, I think there's no shot. I could see maybe it being a tier 4 thing, and it would be kind of cool if it was. But I gotta be honest with myself. Probably the bottom, it's like the bottom half of no shot. The Can't Be Countered does a lot to make that card unfun. I suppose, to me, as as a longtime caster of Emrakul in Legacy, I liked the take extra turn part of it. And you can, I don't give a fuck if you counter the spell. If you counter Emrakul, it goes in my graveyard and then shuffles back into my library. I'll draw it again eventually. I want that extra turn, but I suppose you could stifle that or something. But yeah. I mean, you can Mind Break trap Emrakul, right? Just exile it. It's not countering it. But yeah, then you have to play kind of bad, really specific counters, like the ones for 4 or something. The impression you've gotten is that the cards that deserve to be banned aren't the insane shenanigans one. They're the ones that make the game unfun. Yeah, so the way that the RC used to do it and how Sheldon used to do it was, it's not really everybody's so used to power level bans, but it's not. Some of them are power level, obviously, but I would dare say that over half of them aren't even power level. They are what is known as bad play patterns and like kind of a toxic, not fun card, because it's a casual format that's not supposed to have tournaments. And so they care more about people having fun than people like winning because a card is good, which is what, like, Demonic Tutor is legal, right? Vampiric Tutor is legal, Soul Ring is legal. They don't give too much of a fuck how powerful the cards are, generally, unless it's just absolutely unacceptably, like Time Walk or Channel or something like that. But for the most part, most of the cards that are on the ban list are not fun to most people. And that's generally, at the end of the day, most of these cards are banned because most people don't find them fun. Or rather, they're so oppressive or ubiquitous or take fucking forever and are really annoying, and casual people cannot stop playing them until they get banned. No shot. I think there's more of a chance of Emrakul coming back than Paradox Engine. I would order it thusly, I think. Paradox Engine, it costs 5. It's a legendary artifact. Whenever you cast a spell, untap all non-land permanents you control. This means you play a bunch of artifacts, you put this thing in it, you get a way to draw cards, and suddenly your turn takes 20 minutes and everyone's just watching you jack off while you don't win and just waste everyone's time into non-deterministic loops. And it was just a headache and annoying. People liked it in CDH, and it was maybe fair there, but that they don't care about that too much. Irayo. I've actually played against Irayo as a commander, although I did it a long time ago. And I think Irayo is the same as Braids. This is the same thing. Irayo, by the way, is a 1/1 flying Moonfolk monk for 2. Blue creature. Whenever you cast the 4th spell of a turn, she flips over into an enchantment that says counter the first spell each opponent plays each turn. So it counters 1 spell a turn from each opponent forever, because it's an enchantment, just sits there. What is a Moonfolk? It is a original Kamigawa had like cream white skinned, kind of halfway between an alien and an elf, I guess. I played against her in testing just to see what it's like, and the number of 0 and 1 mana cost stuff you have to fill your entire deck up with to be able to flip her right away means that your deck is like kind of bad. She flips around. Eventually someone casts something, gets it countered, and then like Nature's claims her, and I don't know. She just like makes the game take a while, and then someone finally kills it, and your deck is so skewed to be able to flip her that it's like not great. Just like Braids, it's a bad commander that would probably get played in the 99. I think Braids would get played a lot more than Arayo. But every once in a while, I think you'd see an Arayo in a 99 somewhere. And she's not even fun for the blue player to play with. That's the thing. As a mono blue commander. All of the Arcane Lab effects for the most part are in white. I guess except Arcane Lab. Anyway, this is where I put it. Well, they won't though, right? I think after all of that and saying that she's basically fine, she's just another Braids, it's fine, they won't, so no shot. Flash, no shot. Flash was their one ban for CEDH. And it's a ban that looks forward into the future, and they almost never go back on stuff like that. Flash costs 2, by the way. It's an instant. You can put a creature out, and then you may pay for it. You won't. And if you don't, it dies. And you get its dies trigger. So for 2, at instant speed, you win the game. If you have Flash and Mr. Poop in your hand. That's it. You got a Poop Frog and Flash, and you win the game at instant speed. Anyway. Are there fair ways to play Flash? Probably. But that doesn't matter. No one will. And the longer time, this is why it's a future ban, the longer time goes on, the more creatures are power crept forever. And if Flash is worth banning now, it'll even more be worth banning the more crazy-ass, stupid-ass creatures they print to do some bullshit when they die, or enter, or both. And so it's like, it's hard locked here. Probably, I don't know, it's somewhere around, like, just no shot. And no one wants Flashback, like literal 0 people. Gifts Ungiven, free. Absolutely free. Trivial. Gifts Ungiven is an instant for 4. Search your library for 4 cards with different names, reveal them. Target opponent chooses 2 and puts those cards in your graveyard, and then you get the other 2 in your hand. You don't have to find 4, you can find 2. So if you want, it's double Entomb. If you wish. And there are so many combinations of 4 exact cards, such that your opponent's choice of which 2 they pick do not matter at all. It'd be like, card I want, card with flashback that lets me play that card that I want, card with flashback that lets me play the other card that I want. And so it doesn't matter what they pick, you get you 2 cards no matter what. What are the 2 cards you search for? A 2-card win combo. And so what is Gifts Ungiven? End of turn, Gifts Ungiven, I win. That's what the card is. At the end of turn, you Gifts Ungiven for a 2-card combo that they can't stop you from choosing, and then you untap and you play them and you win. Now, there's already Intuition, but Intuition is a lot worse. Well, not really. It's not really a lot worse. It's just different. It's close enough, but it's different. So we already have intuition. Gifts is a little, I suppose, just different in a different way. And one of the tricks you can do with Gifts Ungiven, which is maybe why it's banned, I don't know. You choose the opponent, right? So you can Gifts Ungiven and do some hokey pokey kind of, hey, tell you what, you don't like that Blood Moon being there. One of the 4 cards I get will get rid of the Blood Moon, but you got to pick this other thing. You know, you can do stuff like that. However, that's assuming that the card isn't always going to be used to end of turn Gifts Ungiven, untap, win the game, which is what it will always be used for. It's an auto include in every blue deck, every deck with blue. You play a billion of it, right? And in a lower, I don't want to say lower skill level game, but you give a newer player a Gifts Ungiven, and it's the most agonizingly, like if a brand new player who's playing like a precon or a deck he doesn't know much about casts Gifts Ungiven, you might as well get up and go to the soda machine, because it's going to be a while. They're going to be searching through their deck. They don't know what any of the cards do. It's going to take forever to resolve this card. Yeah, if you thought the new player who cast Demonic Tutor with no idea what they're going to search for, it's just they had the mana and the spell so they cast it. If you thought that was bad, how about 4 of them in the same card? Anyway, so what do we do with this thing? I kind of like it because the format has a lot of end of turn cast a card, I untap and win. Like, the format has a lot of that stuff already, right? I like Gifts Ungiven. I would play with it. But my litmus test usually is, if I like a card and I would immediately play with it, it kind of means that maybe it should stay banned. You know what I mean? That's my litmus test. If I would snap put it into everything, maybe it should stay banned. You can also play, yeah, as Kayan mentions, you can just search for 2 cards, and it's double Entomb. You know? I think high power level commander players and CEDH players are like mauling that this card is not legal. And they make a bunch of good points. You know, intuition is kind of the same. There's so many end of turn cast something, untap and win. It costs 4, blah 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 blah. Like, they're right with all that. I still don't think it's happening. Next up, speaking of cards that if they were unbanned, I would instantly play them. Golos. Garth the One-Eye. Who? You mean Golos the One-Eye? Golos would be the commander of my 5-color deck. He would be the commander of my 3-color deck. He would be the commander of my other 3-color deck. And he would be the commander of my monocolor deck, because he's just better. He would be the commander of my 2-color decks. That's the problem with Golos, is that the existence of Golos takes the top, I'll be generous here, it takes the top 30 commanders and then the top 20 hyper specific, like the commander really needs to actually be the thing to work. So it takes those 50 commanders and everything below them, it sends them to the Shadow Realm. And Golos is just simply better than all of them, and you should be playing with him. Not only is he better than 99% of all commanders, he's also more fun than them too. And it doesn't matter how many colors are in your deck. If you're a mono red deck, Golos is the best mono red commander. You add a single land that taps for 5 if you channel 5 through it, and your deck has been improved. So that's the problem with him. What does he do? He costs 5. He's an artifact, so it's 5 colorless. You can play him in anything. His power and toughness, I think, is a 3/5, something like that. When he enters, you search for any land, put it out tapped. So when you play him, you search for your Gaia's Cradle, your Cabal Coffers, your Field of the Dead, your land that filters 5 generic into 5, 1 of every color, whatever, right? Now, just stopping there, what makes him so good then is that is already better than most commanders. Because in a strange way, or rather in kind of an inside-out way, his commander tax is kind of only 1 instead of 2. Most, every non-Derevi thing, for the most part, or like Ninjutsu guy, their commander tax is 2. His is kind of 1, because when he enters, he gives you a land, so he puts you at +1. And so now all you need is 1 more, and you can pay for him again. You actually want him to die all the time, so you can keep getting ETB search for a land. If his text box stopped there, he would already be really good, but he also has pay 1 of every color +2, so 7, at instant speed. Exile the top 3 cards of your library, you can play them all for free. Oh, that's fun. So he's too fun. He can go in anything. He's a better commander than almost every single commander out in any number of colors. And he was starting to be too ubiquitous. They want the format to be diverse, and for that reason, I actually think like they would give you all that stuff before. I think he's the ruinous like diversity of the format thing. No shot. I'm sad to put him here. I had a Golos deck. I loved it. It was so fun. But of course it was. Everyone had one. Everyone loved it. Everyone thought it was so fun. But it was too good. It was too fun. If they unbanned him, I would instantly play him again. I would make 3 different Golos decks. One would be mono red, one would be 2 color, one would be 5. It doesn't matter. It's sick. Anyway, whatever. Hull Breacher. This guy is a 3 mana flash creature. If an opponent would draw a card, except the first one they draw, they skip that draw, and also you create a treasure token. This is one of the most toxic no fun allowed cards ever that not only stop your opponent from drawing, which plays brutally into wheels and stuff like that, but also it spews treasure onto the battlefield while you're doing that to giga pump you out. Nope. I'd rather see Grizzlebrand in the format than this guy, and I think, yeah, what a miserable card. Holy. Speaking of miserable cards that stop people from playing the game or having fun or wanting to choose life, Iona. So Iona, okay, she costs, I don't know what she costs. I'm going to be honest. I think it's 9, but I don't know what her mana cost is because she gets cheated onto the battlefield. I think she's a 9/9 flyer. When she enters, choose a color. Your opponents can't cast spells that color. Now, every time I've seen a few content creators do shows where they're like, what could we unban? What could we unban, right? And every time they get to Iona, this is a pet peeve of mine. Every time I get to Iona, right, on their show, they're like, this is a 9 mana creature. And I'm like, bro, you're not casting her. What are you talking about? You're not casting her. You're just not. It's possible to tap enough mana to cast her. You are casting Entomb and you are casting Reanimate. She costs 1. I don't know what you guys are talking about. She costs 1. Anyway. Why is it banned? Because it shits on monocolor decks and they don't want welfare one color deck having ass potato sack people to be even more disadvantaged than they already are, which I think is actually a pretty decent argument. You know? And when one person is locked out of their color and they can't play the game, nobody else at the table is really obliged to help them either. I played EDH when Iona was legal, and she was very common, ubiquitous. If you had white, guaranteed an Iona was in your white deck. If you had white colors, there was always an Iona. To the point that the EDH metagame was, when you're building an EDH deck, you put at least a few and upwards of 4 of the worst, most dog shit colorless exile a creature effect you possibly could for like 7 mana colorless, like Ugin, just anything to like colorless remove Iona, because it was so common to get Iona'd out that you had to make your deck terrible not to lose to it. And so it warped deck building. Yeah, you played with Spine of Isha, you played with All Is Dust, you know, just cards you would never play. Although those two are cards. Yeah, Scour from Existence. People legit played Scour from Existence in an absolute malaise, in a depression. They put that terrible card in their deck because they're like, every time there's a white player at the table, Iona eventually lands. That's it. And I need to not instantly stop being able to play. It wasn't as bad as the tuck rule thing. The tuck rule thing really did like fully, but yeah. So anyway, for those reasons and more, she is rightfully banned. And would probably warp things a little again. Now, the power level of colorless removal has indeed been power crept. So, you wouldn't need to play as revolting of shitty cards, but you probably would. If your opponent has islands, you're gonna get Cyclonic Rifted. It's just a matter of time. If the game goes long enough, you're gonna get Cyclonic Rifted. That's it. And when Iona was legal, if your opponent had planes, Iona was gonna come down and name your color. It was only a matter of time. And so you just had to like play crap. Yeah, and so that's kind of it. I think she's the most likely to get unbanned, though. After all that, I think from Wizards' perspective, she's of all these cards up here, I think she's the most likely. Speaking of having no fun ever, right? No fun ever. It's the Elf Man. He's a 3/3 for 3. Sultai colors. Each opponent can't draw more than 1 card each turn. Whenever a permanent you control becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you draw a card. So once again, we have the no one gets to draw cards except me. I'm going to cast a Time Twister, and I'll draw 7 cards, and everyone else draws 1, and they have now lost the game. You try to remove him. I get to draw a card first to interact with it. Just brutally oppressive. I think no shot. Each color has that, though. Rift for blue, Iona for white, Hoof for green. What's red? I mean, it used to be Insurrection, but now what's red? And also, what's black? Black is probably whatever the black X spell is, where you basically win by draining everyone unless they discard or something. That one. Like some monocolor, I kind of win the game card, I suppose. No. Scour from existence. I mean, yeah. Colorless removal has gotten a lot better, but it's still Insurrection if your playgroup plays Honest Magic. Yeah, true. Oh yeah, red was Dockside. Eventually you draw Dockside, and he infinites with something, right? He's weird because everyone was calling him a ritual. He's not. He's a combo piece. He was the red Thassa's Oracle. If you're desperate in a pinch, I guess you could cast him, but it's a risk. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't cast Dockside early if you didn't have a combo with him. It just means he'll get killed and someone will reanimate him. You don't want that. Keep him in the hand. You know? It was just a win condition. You play him, he infinites with whatever, and then you win. Yeah, black is Torment of Hail. The Torment of Hailfire is a spell I was trying to think of, yeah. Here I am on my boomer shit again, Library of Alexandria. Ahem. This card is fine. It would be fine. It's actually harmless. It's not even good. I'm not joking. I've played with it many times. The game is different. You're not playing 1v1 Keeper the deck, where you answer one threat with one answer every turn and stay at 7 forever, right? It's 4 people at the table. You're never going to have 7 in hand to use it. It's always just going to be a colorless land. Very, very rarely will you ever be able to draw cards with this thing. It will be the most expensive reliquary tower you've ever seen. But technically, it goes in every deck. If it was unbanned in Commander, it would cost $10,000. And they just don't want to touch that. It's not as good as everyone thinks it is. It wouldn't even be that good in Commander. But nothing is made better by it getting unbanned. So no. I don't even, like, I would put it in should but won't, but they shouldn't, you know? Maybe that's obvious to you, but it's different. There's a difference between should but won't and they could and it would be fine actually, but still don't. I guess that's what I mean by it. They could unban this. It would be fine, but still don't do it. Limited resources. Nope. Probably, in fact, in front of Tolarian Academy. Yeah, it's a Caracas situation. It just doesn't interact with the way the format works in my IMO. And so it's like format lock banned. It's an old card from, geez, I can't remember, but you play it and no one can play lands if there's a certain amount of lands on the battlefield, but since there's 4 players, it interacts with that in a weird way, and enchantments are hard to get rid of, and just no. Same. This is like mechanically banned. It's different than a lot of this other stuff, where this is banned for like play pattern reasons or power level reasons. This is banned almost like the dexterity cards in a way. It's banned for outside the game reasons. He was a companion, which was a complete mistake of a mechanic. Like, a companion was a terrible idea. But that's another thing. It sits outside of your deck, so it doesn't even count for being 100, because commander is your commander plus 99. It's the 101st card in every blue-red deck. You just get an extra card for free, floating outside of the game. You essentially have 8 cards in your hand always. Sorry, it's commander. You have 9 cards in your hand in a sense, because you happen to choose blue and red. And it's kind of like, that's an issue. I believe it was the only day 0 ban. This thing was announced, and it was announced banned in Commander. And they were correct to do it, and Wizards was wrong to print Companion. They hotfixed Companion later to be 7 gorillion times worse, and it's still not a good idea. Like, they straight up alchemy changed how Companion worked. It was so broken. It was so busted. They put like a bracket on it that said it costs 3 instead of 0 to do this, and it's still a mistake. Like, Jesus. Oh yeah, 10 cards if you have partner, true. Or friends forever, or whatever the really crap, lame-o, quote-unquote fixed version of partners are, that are all stupid and bad. Man, I can't wait for them to print more legitimate partners, but everyone seems to hate them for some reason. The Arcane Signet haters, who think Cinnamon Toast Crunch is too spicy, they hate partners. And I can't get in their headspace. I don't understand it, but they hate them. Anyway, what do we have here? Reoccurring Nightmare. Man, does this stay banned? Here, I'll explain this one. Reoccurring Nightmare costs 3. It's an enchantment. It has an activated ability on it that requires explaining, and through a weird interaction of game mechanics that probably I would say most players don't know, it makes it problematic. So, it has an activated ability on it that says, sacrifice a creature, return Reoccurring Nightmare to your hand, so that's a cost. Returning it to your hand is paying a cost, so it just happens, right? Then you reanimate some guy, right? And you can play it only as a sorcery. So the problem with this card, or the reason it's banned, I guess, there were 2 reasons, and I remember their reasoning for it when they banned it, was it devolves the game into just looping, into one player looping Reoccurring Nightmare like 70 times until the game's over. Not winning, just looping Recurring Nightmare over and over and over forever. Like that's what they just do. They just loop it. And the other one is it's very hard to interact with. You can only counter it, basically. Because the problem is you cast Reoccurring Nightmare, and then once it's on the battlefield, because it's your turn, you are the first player who has priority. And so you, with your priority, return it to your hand to activate its effect. And so if you're sitting there with a Crowsand Grip or something, you actually have removal for it, but you are never given the opportunity to cast the spell the way that active player, non-active player, and the stack works. Which means that you can only stop a Reoccurring Nightmare essentially with a counterspell on the stack. And so it's weird. I actually think they could, like, remove it. Is it that different than, like, Rocco, you know? I'm talking about the first half of the two reasons. The first half being when you get Recurring Nightmare, you just cast Recurring Nightmare every turn 3 times for the rest of the game forever. I mean, that's what you do with Rocco, right? You cast Rocco for whatever, and then you return him, and you just... I don't think that's like a particularly huge deal. The stack interaction with removal is kind of weird. But you can just, like... I don't know, you can just, like, kill the creature or something. You know? Like, just make sure that the Recurring Nightmare player doesn't have any creatures when Recurring Nightmare resolves, and then it doesn't do anything. I think they might, but I don't think they should. I think they might. They could do it. But... Oh, you're watching the VOD? No, hey, don't worry about it. Panoptic Mirror. Free. Free. The card's terrible. They are worried about you taking infinite turns with this card. That's what everyone says. You'll just take infinite turns. Yeah, okay. Fine. The cheapest infinite turn combo you can have with this is 10 mana. Pass the turn, on your upkeep, take infinite turns. Right? 10. You play this for 5. You imprint the cheapest extra turn spell, which is Capture of Jinza, which is 5. Everyone gets a turn, and then on your upkeep, you win the game. What did I just describe? You tap out with some conditions and a very destroyable thing, and then everyone else gets a turn, and on your upkeep, you win the game. What did I describe? I described just now. Test of Endurance. All those upkeep, like if you have 20 artifacts, you win the game. If Mortal Kombat, if you have 20 creatures in your graveyard, you win the game. I just described all of those cards. Every card that says, at the beginning of your upkeep, if something, 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 you win the game. There's like 6 of them. The treasure one, right? This is a bad version of all of those. And then if you're not taking infinite turns with it, you're just putting some goofy ass shit on it, and it's an artifact. It's very easy to destroy. I think this is like this is fine. It's fine. Now here's the thing. Obviously, I think it's fine. Yeah, Revel in Riches. There you go. Panoptic Mirror exists as a signpost ban to not play those other cards, though. I disagree. Because those other cards are bad. I think it's a signpost not to take infinite turns. Not necessarily don't play Mortal Kombat. You know, don't play Revel in Riches. I think it's a signpost for don't take infinite turns. Maybe. I don't know. Do you think this goes in should but won't or free? To me, it's free, but we're talking about what Wizards could or would do. Although we're doing it in a very hopium, you know, kind of way. Maybe should but won't. No, they're grown-ups. You know what? Gavin and the heads, I think I trust them. Free goodwill. Easy. Sylvan Primordial. It costs 7. Its power and toughness are irrelevant. I don't even know what they are. I think it's 6/8. It has reach. When it enters, For each opponent, destroy a non-creature permanent they control. Parenthetical land, but it doesn't have to be land. It could be an enchantment or an artifact or a planeswalker or something, you know, whatever's stopping you from playing. But land. And then for, I think it's for each, is it for each destroyed, search for a land? This card got banned so fast that I don't even remember. I think it's for each. So you play Sylvan Primordial, and you're like, all right, you blow up your land. You blow up on your land. And finally you going to destroy that enchantment. And then I ramp 3 forest cards, which are all dual lands. And that was a single cast of it, not even any flickering or bouncing or whatever. Big. Boy, that's not fun. There's a lot of not fun stuff if you flicker stuff, though, right? Agent of Treachery, you know, there's plenty of stuff that you can flicker to be pretty fucking annoying. But I think, is this might but shouldn't, or is this no shot? How are the feelings about this one? Simula 369. Shocked you managed to catch a stream. What'd you miss? Good meme. Yeah, 3 dry lands. Maybe they're just like, yo, hey, tier 4, deal with it. To me, I'm putting it in might but shouldn't. I truly feel that this is not okay. I would play it. I would put this in Garth, right? Oh, and play a Sylvan Primordial. Ooh, Panharmonicon. We'll double up on that, get 6 lands. End of turn, Thassa flickers it, comes back out, it'll destroy 6 things to get 6 more land. I already almost don't have any more land left in my deck. Let's go. Yeah, maybe not. Oh yeah, 3 Surveil lands, you're right. Yeah, I would put it in Garth, and I would also put it in Glarb, because I want to play it from the top of my library for sure. Oh, you want to try to exile him? Let me ephemerate that real quick. Alright, destroy 3 more lands, I get 3 more. Easy game, easy life. Mrs. No Shot. This is Seedborn Muse, except it has Flash in Simic. It gives all your it gives your creatures a flash. And then it's just Seedborn Muse also in Simic. So the reason it's banned is because of time. It might not read, the words might not say this exact thing, but this is what her text box really says. For each player, when each opponent takes a turn, you take an extra turn. That's what it does. Every time an opponent gets a turn, you get a turn. So it goes from there's 4 players at the table and each player gets 1 turn. Now there's 4 players at the table and you get 4 turns for every turn cycle. And it hogged the time allotment of the game, and it was fucking obnoxious. Classic Simic, right? They just, man, there's something about Simic as a color combination that they keep doing things that they designed Simic to want to do. No shot. Rafflos. Should but won't. He's fine. He's legitimately very fine. You put him in a green deck that like just has green, 2-color green, 3-color green, mono green, whatever. Just put him in the 99. There's enough triomes and dual lands and surveil lands for them all technically to be forests, right? And he ends up being the second or third, you know, mana dork for 2 or 3 that taps for a lot. But there's a bunch of those that have less conditions than he does already, so that's fine. He's a 2-1. I think he has 1 toughness, whatever. And him as the commander is actually bad. Like, he doesn't make for a good commander. You have a do-nothing, no-haste commander in mono green that, like, taps for mana. Bro, just play Omnath. Like, come on. He's very fine. Yeah, Yavi Maya makes everything forced. You can do that too. Go ahead. He becomes like, there's the one for 2 that taps for a mana per color you have. There's the one for 3 that taps for a mana per color you have. Each of those taps for enough that they go infinite with Freed from the Real or something like that. He would do the same thing. Except he taps for green mana, which you don't want. So actually he wouldn't go. He'd need a filter for that. I don't know. He's some dumb 1 toughness ass mana dork that taps for a bunch if you have an expensive land base or are mono green. Yeah, Bloom Tender, Faber Elder. But those importantly tap for blue, so they go infinite with stuff. And he doesn't even do that. I don't know. It's like completely fine, I think. He doesn't make the format any better by being unbanned, I guess. But it's fine. Trade secrets. Nope. Hard banned. 2 players collude to win the game. The game is no longer a 4-player game. It's now a 2-player game. 2 players decide that their opponents both lose, and now it's just them. It just interacts poorly with the multiplayer nature of the format. What if 2 players king made? Yeah. Ahem. Very not okay. Also, trade secrets, the reason why CEDH tournaments aren't officially sanctioned. Because it's indistinguishable, the difference between king making and colluding for money. I think it's a non-starter. I don't know what you do about that. Not necessarily during the game, maybe before the game. Maybe before you go to the store. The fact that it's multiplayer means that it makes CEDH fun in a bunch of ways, but it also makes it potentially impossible to determine whether it's corrupt for money or not, right? Anyhow. Sway of the Stars, free. I like Sway of the Stars as a signpost to tell people not to cast 10 mana sorceries that waste everyone's fucking time and do nothing. But if we're not really doing the signpost thing anymore, and we might not be, card's fucking awful. A literal waste of time to cast. They could have unbanned it 4 years ago, and no one would have noticed or cared. It basically it kind of resets the game for people who don't know the card. It's like everyone shuffles everything up and draws a new opening hand. They have no permanents out. Everything goes away. You just draw a new hand, and you start the game over at 7 life. So it's just like, oh, okay, so you cast a spell, why don't you just start a real new game, right? Why don't you just cast a spell that wins? Or someone where you're just like, I want to play a new game, and then just play a new game for real instead of playing a fake new game. Yeah, they unbanned WorldFire and actually nothing happened. 12 people in the world have a funny WorldFire combo that like wins. And it technically uses WorldFire to like win with a combo. And those 12 people are like having a blast doing it, and it's fine. But for the most part, WorldFire is not exactly a card people are gonna like play. Sundering Titan. Sundering Titan is interesting. I have new thoughts about him because he was banned a long time ago because he comes out, he blows up a whole bunch of land of probably one person or maybe a bunch of people, and then when he enters or leaves, it's not even a dies trigger, it's a leave. So you put him out and sacrifice him immediately, and you're already destroying 2 lands per person. Perhaps 10 for one person, depending. And then shenanigans, and they just don't like a bunch of land destruction. But this one's interesting because Sundering Titan is kind of the opposite of Iona. Iona punishes you if you are poor and have a monocolor deck. And that's not fair, so we don't like that. Sundering Titan punishes you if you are rich or you bought all the dual lands when they were $40 each like I did. Because if you're chilling on all sorts of non-basic lands that don't have land types, you're immune to Sundering Titan. He targets basic land types. But if you're chilling on every original dual land and Ravnica duels, he like one-sided Armageddons you. So he is, to me, he is the other half of Iona. Iona punishes poverty, and Sundering Titan punishes wealth. But also hurts poor people too. Because just like in real life, everything hurts poor people somehow. Ahem. Next up is Tinker. The reason I put it here instead of No Shot is that let's be real. It costs 3. Sacrifice an artifact when you cast it. Search for any artifact, no matter its cost. Put it right on the battlefield. Yeah, this one's kind of like Flash. As they power creep the fuck out of creatures or artifacts, these already rightfully banned cards keep getting stronger and stronger the more ridiculous shit they print that you can cheat into play with them. And so they stay banned forever. Speaking of cards that get more and more powerful over time and are banned, like Tinker and Flash, we have Primeval Titan. A card that gets more powerful and more powerful and more powerful every single year as they power creep the fuck out of not creatures and not artifacts, but lands. Most recent, probably Field of the Dead. When they printed Field of the Dead, it made Primeval Titan into Grave Titan. Like, just better, right? So this guy, 6/6 for 6, trample. When he enters the battlefield, and also when he attacks, search your library for any 2 land cards. Put them out tapped. Considering the way that casual format of Commander is played, where the best thing to do is ramp, because all the better ways are socially bullied out of the format, like combos and stuff. He is game warpingly OP in a way that doesn't like quite win, but it runs away with the game in a manner that the level where this would be a problem could never deal with. So does that mean unban into tier 4? What is tier 4 for, if not cards that casuals can't deal with, but high power decks would be... Actually, this would be really good at high power as well. I want to play this in Golos, or I want to play this in Garth Flicker, I want to play this in Glarb. Oh, how I want to panharmonic on this thing. So, you play Primetime, and the 2 lands you get are whatever. Cabal Coffers and Gaia's Cradle. Okay, you could have 1 billion mana if you want. And then he could be instantly exiled. That's already, like, great. What green deck doesn't play him? Dude, I would add a color to a commander deck and play a different commander just to play Primetime in it. That's how good he is. Field of the Dead plus Urborg. I don't know. You can get so many, and they're just going to keep printing lands that are busted, right? So it's just going to get better over time. Might but shouldn't. I could see them do this. Unban it, say tier 4. Every casual player in the world, all 100 million of them, would completely disregard the tier 4 and throw it in every deck they play. No question. And we would instantly be back to when it was banned. Problem of ubiquity. Unban Prime and Sundering at the same time to cancel each other out, yeah. Yeah, I would play this in everything. It's absurd. Upheaval. I think Upheaval is a free unban. The easiest cards to unban probably in this. Yeah, we'll do it this way. So that this card is the most unbannable card, probably, right? Anyway, Upheaval, it costs 6. Return all permanents to their owner's hand. Sorcery. Now you might say, return all permanents to their owner's hand. Sorcery for 6. Like, why is that good? It's probably because you're so used to hearing all non-land permanents that you didn't even hear that. It returns lands too. And so, what do you do with it? You are in a Simic deck, of course, and you float 14 mana, and you spend 6 of it to Upheaval, and then you spend 8 of it to replay some stuff, and then everyone's hand has like 18 cards in it, and they have no land out, and they play 1 land and discard down to hand size and just lose. That's what Upheaval does. Now, where does it go? I'm upheaving. And the Simic player still can't close the game out. I mean, the game is closed, but I don't think they will, and also I don't think they should. I'm upheaving. Where does it go? It goes squarely in the, like, in the fuck you zone, I think. Yeah, I think it goes in the you have no friends zone. Dude, I drafted this card. It was so good. But that's for a cruel 1 versus 1 format, not for a little friendly thing. Dockside Extortionist. It's insane in Cube. Oh, dude, if you put this in Cube, I'm in. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, that sounds great. My kind of Cube deck. Anyway, Dockside Extortionist, very recently banned. I think wrongfully. But I just don't rip Dockside. They're not touching this. You don't think you'd undo this, right? Their description for Dockside didn't make sense to me. They said they banned this because of like fast starts. What? Who does that? This guy costs 2 and goes infinite and you win. You keep him in your hand until you're ready to go off. Why would you cast him as a shitty ritual? For like, it gives you 4 treasure on turn 3 in a mid-power game. Why would you even do that? Now your opponents can kill him and reanimate him and take him. You just keep him in your hand until you're ready to win, you know? Anyway, I don't think he was really played that much in Commander, but maybe I'm wrong. When I said Commander just there, I meant casual Commander. Because he was completely fine in, like, in a high power Commander, which is what I play. He's just WinCon man. Like, you play Dockside, oh yeah, he's the guy that makes a bunch of treasures. Are you gonna go infinite with the Tamir Sabertooth? Okay, well, I'll try to stop you or just lose to it. It's one of the many 2-card combos that cost in total like 6. Totally fine. But apparently a lot of people were playing with it for some reason in games that shouldn't. So I don't think they're unbanning it. They just did a bunch of casual players hate it, and instead of not playing it, they would like it to be banned for everyone. Like if they can't help themselves, but no one else is allowed to. All right. Nadu. Put it right next to the lady here. No shot. Actually, I'll put it right next to the card that it deserves to be right next to, which is Paradox Engine. It's Paradox Engine, except it's green-blue instead of universally colorless. But just as horribly annoying and incorrectly made, and really tedious to track all the triggers and how many times you've used it on all of them. The you have no friends zone. Yeah, what a mistake. No one even mentioned in the week after the ban where everyone was up in arms and mad or angry at somebody else or disagrees with it. Nobody said shit about Nadu. They're just like, yeah, fuck you. Yeah, we know. So anyway, I think Dockside should have stayed around. No one went to bat for this guy. Maybe one CEDH player that I know of. Because apparently it was fine in CDH. According to them. Parenthetical. A person who played the deck. A person who plays a deck says the deck is fine. News, yeah, at 11. Remember when Simic meant fiddling with 1/1 counters? Yeah. Is it possible to feel so happy that we're past that place? Because that was shit. But kind of sad that that now we're in Nadu land. And blue-green is a color combination where they're like, what if you just ramp and draw and do the most annoying, time-wasting, hogging things ever? Next. Here we have Jeweled Lotus. I feel 2 ways about Jeweled Lotus. 1, it's not even good. The card's not even good. It's good in CEDH. In the way that people actually play Commander, this shit is like how to 2-for-1 yourself when you play your Commander and it dies. You can't play it with 3-color Commanders, really, if they're cheap. This is a ritual. It goes away, right? This is actually harmless, I think. I would go that far. I think this is a harmless card in the format. I was shocked when it was banned. I was also shocked when it was printed, don't get me wrong. But I'm like, first of all, why would you make this? And second of all, why would you ban this? So weird. I thought this was a mistake to ban. But it's a recurable ritual though. I mean, it's in your graveyard. You could put it back out with certain effects, I suppose. But you can only cast your commander with it. Like, the mana can only be spent on a single card in your whole deck. For the most part, I think that makes it not really worth playing unless you're playing CEDH or you're a casual who wants to own their own version of Black Lotus that they made for you. So yeah, it shouldn't have been banned. Not that great in the way that it is ever played, except for CEDH. But here's the thing. Now that all that shit has happened, I don't think you can unban this. It shouldn't be banned. It was a mistake to do it. I don't think you can undo that though. Right? I think you're in a straitjacket. You are handcuffed. I don't think you're allowed to. Potentially. Like, think about the optics of it. I'm not even talking about the, like, oh, the death threat people. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about Wizards of the Coast optics, right? Business. Some other rule people ban a card worth $100 that you printed very recently, right? That council is dissolved, and now you run the format, and the first thing you do is unban the most recently banned cards. I don't think you can do that. The optics are too poor for you. So I'm not even talking about the because you could come at it from a different angle for optics, right? Like, let me put on my Reddit hat for a moment and think of the most brain dead take ever. Like, if you unban Lotus, then the death threats people win, right? Like some honestly, like, gross argument like that, you know, that kind of misses the point completely. I'm not even really talking about that. I think, like, Wizards of the Coast can't just take over a format and unban an expensive card that was just banned. It looks too bad for them as a company. So I think it's trapped. I think the card is, like, trapped in hard ban land forever. Format literally changed because Encrypt were banned, most controversial ban ever. Yeah. And it was very obvious. It's so easy for people to talk in hindsight, right, about stuff like this. But I have to impress upon you how obvious it was that this would be a controversial ban and a huge number of people would be against it, right? In fact, like, they knew that it was going to be, which is why they didn't tell the rule people about it. So, like, yeah, most controversial ban forever. Yeah, in Magic, yeah, for sure. Okay, but what about Secret Lair Lotuses, though? I mean, they'll just print another chase pushed ass for Commander only sellout card. Like, they could just make another one. That's the beauty of Wizards of the Coast. Is that, yeah, you ban Jeweled Lotus, alright, here. It's time for Filigreed Lotus. Coming to you 2 years from now. In Masterpiece Kaladesh editions, right? They can always just invent some new card and put its price at $100 so that you buy the box, right? They don't need to do the optics thing. They'll just print a new one. It might not look anything like this. It might not be the Black Lotus version. It might be the Channel version, or it might be the Ancestor Recall. As long as you have 3 or more opponents, snow-covered volcanic island, right? You can do whatever you want, right? And some of it people are maybe okay with, and some aren't. I think it's stuck in Hardbanistan, and the same thing with Monocrypt, which was also a mistake to ban, and I think a bad choice. I think we're in Hardbanistan on both of these. These 2 cards that, especially this one, like, virtually 0 casual players ever played with, so what's the problem? But hey, alright. Can't wait for Commander Horizons, baby. Let's go, Commander Horizons. A mono green Tonker. It costs 4, and you have to sacrifice an artifact creature, and it searches for an artifact creature, puts it out. It's Tonker. It's got like a little Tonka truck on it. Made to look just like the real things, only smaller. When WotC says please don't do it, you know it was a bad idea. I mean, they said please don't. You could interpret them saying please don't do it. You could interpret it on the business side, like please don't do it, it's going to lose us money. But I honestly think that a lot of people dehumanize the company and forget that people work at the company. I think WotC told them, or asked them not to ban it, not from a financial thing. I think they really were like, this is going to be a really bad thing. I think it was some people at WotC, and not like, don't ban this, it's going to hit our bottom line kind of thing. I don't think that was it with that one. WotC has experience botching ban. True, yeah, they certainly do. They didn't like the spike in unfair play with Crypt and JLo. Then don't play with those cards if you don't like them. Don't play against people using those cards if you don't like them. I don't know. All water under the bridge. From the context of what the tier list is supposed to be about, which is the likelihood, hopium of WotC on banning stuff, I think you can't. I don't think the company can do this. And really, same with just all of them. These 4 caused this whole thing, and it's going to look like they took over the format on purpose just to unban money cards. That won't be the reason, or maybe it won't be the reason, who knows, but it's just going to look like that. They can't do it, I don't think. Although, think about it. We're going to know the answer to this question in 2 weeks. What if they unban Jeweled Lotus and put it in tier 4? Can you even imagine what the repercussions of that would be? Can you imagine what the community would do? All aspects of it. Imagine Wizards announces, okay, Jeweled Lotus unbanned. Tier 3. That would be wild. Just have it like D&D point buys. You can have Black Lotus, but the rest of your deck is chaff. You know, I don't like D&D. I don't like point buy in D&D, and I like it even less in Magic the Gathering. So maybe I just don't like point buy. Alright, no shot. Hard banned. Might but shouldn't. I'm going to put Sylvan Primordial no shot. The more I think about it, the more Sylvan Primordial is in no shot, and Prime Time is in might but shouldn't. And same with this thing. You think they want to move past all the drama as fast as possible? Put the focus back on, hey, new set next week, every other week? Is it 2 sets a week now that they're releasing? That being said, I think if they just rush past it, I think they do themselves a disservice. They're not 5 unpaid volunteers. They're a billion-dollar corporation. You have an opportunity right now to collect some goodwill from the community by, like, you know, coming up with a cool system for how Commander works, unbanning a bunch of cards people have wanted to get unbanned for 15 years. You know, you could collect some political capital in the community by doing free and easy, like, just things. Like, here you go. Yeah, I see if the Thief, it's easy to say company bad, and now the only decisions they ever make are profit driven, and there's 0% anything else. But yeah, people do work for the company, and Gavin is a good egg, and he really does care, you know. If push comes to shove, an executive in a suit would cut off his head and, like, drink his blood like a Ninja Scroll, you know, the anime. Like, they would do that if push come to shove, right? But there isn't a reason where that would be necessary, and I think he really does care, and he'll really try to do a good job. And I think he's capable of it. Same with the rest of the people. Depends on how forceful the boot is, you know? It depends on how forceful the boot comes down on the gas pedal, right? Yeah, the 7 execs of Hasbro. And luckily, in this situation, as in many, you can have a win-win situation. There's a whole lot of overlap between Magic having great cards that are designed well and fun that everybody likes and wants to buy, and Wizards of the Coast selling you a lot of cards. Like, there's actually a lot of overlap between those two concepts, which is refreshing. Or maybe to end on a hopeful note. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they write for their 4 tiers of stuff, for their big announcement. And then explain Thunder Junction. That shit was so bad. That one was bad twice because it was not a good set. It had no reason to exist, and it didn't sell well. And they learned from it. They're like, oh shit, maybe we don't accidentally make a bad one. And they made Bloomburrow, and it was pretty good. You know, all you can do is see what they're intending to do. You can always fuck up trying to do something good, I guess. Anyway, when they announce, because I can't wait for Wizards to announce the full this is how Commander is now. This is our explanation. We're doing our 4 tiers. These are all the cards that we have laid out in each of the tiers. Now you can build a Commander deck and you know who to tell. This is what mine is. I'm a tier 3. I'm a whatever. This is what all the combos mean. The following cards are unbanned. Blah, 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 right? As soon as they do that in like a week and a half, I am going live and we're getting Jupes in here. We're getting SJ Arcade in here. We're getting CJ Ubusta. Might even get Frank in here. And we're going to look at what Wizards has decided to move forward with and probably take the piss out of it. It's probably going to be good. It's going to be entertaining. We're living in an entertaining time. Maybe they do a great job. And we'll all just we'll have to eat shit. We're like, you know what? You did a great job, and I'm really hopeful for the future of the format. But that wouldn't be eating shit. See, for us, it's a win-win situation. Because if it's terrible, we get to make fun of it, and it'll be hilarious. And if it's good, that's good because we actually want the format to be good. You can't lose. Easy. Anyway, chat, I've been going for like 5 hours. I didn't notice. But I did miss some streaming, and I will miss more. I will see you over the weekend, possibly. I'll see you on Monday. Almost certainly. And then I'm out of town. But that's the last of leaving the house, if I can fucking help it. Until Christmas, probably. Maybe Thanksgiving. So, apologies for the spotty stream stuff. I've been really busy behind the scenes with projects and stuff. And I apologize, but... as a... what is this? Maybe a silver lining or something? Yeah, I apologize for the...
sophisticated, relaxing, kind of invigorating. Everybody doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
Hey, thanks for the 10 gifted subs, CGO Buster. Appreciate the donation. Double massive grips. Thanks for that. I was just about to apologize for the spotty stream record and YouTube uploads, but rest assured, it's been hella fucking shit for me too. Behind this shit sucks. I would way rather be making Y Play Age of Sigmar version 4 and streaming waifu games on the weekend. But we'll see. And the return of Rifts. When I get back, have no fear. Vince, CJ, Jupes will return with Rifts back to our regularly scheduled rifting. With a adventure that gets longer and longer the more time it is delayed. Anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. And I'm gonna delve into some audio settings as soon as I stop going live and try to get this new mic sounding like good instead of factory default. And I'm gonna listen back to my stream, and I'm gonna really hope that I haven't sounded like shit for 5 hours. Now that I think about it. Hey, alright.